Hi, everyone. Very good morning, good evening, good afternoon to all of you. A very warm welcome to Hyperledger India Chapter's Women in Blockchain Season 4. This is the fourth consecutive year that we are conducting this. I'm Deepika, Karanji, co-chair at the Hyperledger India Chapter. Thank you all so much for joining us for this event from across the globe. We have some amazing women leaders with us today as speakers, some of the best in the industry. So I'm sure there are going to be some takeaways for each and every one of us. The Hyperledger India Chapter, you can move to the next slide, Kamlesh. Yeah. So the Hyperledger India Chapter conducts events like these throughout the year, along with hackathons, technical workshops, meetups, and more to really promote contributions to open source blockchain, as well as Hyperledger projects, and also improve technical awareness throughout India. It's a community that has been built over the past many years, and we're standing here today on the solid foundation that is laid by all our leaders, community members, and blockchain evangelists. And some of the folks who have been instrumental in bringing to all of you this particular event is Ritu Jain, Nidhi Singh, Kartikeya Kashyap, Ravi Pratap Singh, Pramod Dhumar, Rajesh Krishnan, Vikram Sharma, Kamlesh Nagware, and I'm going to just leave out the last name. Next slide, please. And without further ado, let's meet our leadership. First, we have Daniela Barbosa. Hi, Daniela.
Hello. It's lovely to be here, and you shouldn't skip your name because Deepika, you've been not only organizing this, but a great leader for our community in India and worldwide. So I thank you for all your support as well. So always include yourself when you read through a list of people who are supporting our community. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was really sweet. So Daniela is the executive manager at Hyperledger. And as always, I'm super thrilled to have her here with us. And her presence at this event becomes, even more significant since she's one of the top and one of the leading ladies in the field of blockchain as the general manager of blockchain at the Linux Foundation. I had the pleasure of meeting her in Dublin last year at the Hyperledger Global Forum, and she has been incredibly supportive of all the events that the India chapter conducts. So welcome, Daniela, and thanks again for joining us. Can we move to the next slide? We also have with us today Julian Gordon. So, although Julian, we haven't met in person yet, I can tell you that he is one of the most approachable folks that I've had the pleasure of knowing. And he is the VP Asia Pacific at the Hyperledger Foundation, and he works at the Linux Foundation. So Julian has been our go-to person for implementing any and all ideas and initiatives at the Hyperledger India chapter. So thank you so much for joining us, Julian, and accepting our invite and being here with us today. It's always nice to know that you have our back and that we have your support.
Thank you.
All right. So now I invite Daniela to present her opening remarks.
Excellent.
Well, next slide, Kamlesh.
Oh, great. Well, welcome everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening for those of you who are joining from around the world. As Deepika said, I am Daniela Barbosa. I'm the executive director of the Hyperledger Foundation, and I've been with the Hyperledger Foundation since 2017 and have had the pleasure and the honor of seeing our global community continue to grow worldwide. And there's nothing that I think is more spectacular and more indicative of where Hyperledger technologies are being used and where the market is accelerating if you look at the India community and the developers and the ecosystem that over the years you all have built into this ecosystem. And it really is a testament that this is the fourth annual Women in Blockchain. The community started, very early on, but during COVID, the community, India, and the rest of the world got together and really started highlighting the ways that we can work together virtually. And there's nothing like what the India chapter has done. And I think if you look at the number of participants, the number of events that so many of you have organized and really driven, it's really spectacular. So I want to thank everybody here on the call today. Those that are new, welcome to the Hyperledger community. All are welcomed, and we want to have a place where everyone can participate. And it's just so amazing that I'm sure it was very hard to get a lot of the panelists and all the coordination, but the fact that we're able to get a full 2 days of content, multiple hours of women talking about blockchain and not talking about how it is to be a woman in blockchain, but to be talking about the technology and how we're leading the ecosystem and the industry. So for that, when I think about myself as the executive director and as the leader, as you said, I am just like so blown away by the fact that it's not about me, it's about all of you and what we've actually created in the marketplace. So I want to thank everyone who over the last few weeks has put the work together to do this event. And more importantly, I want to actually thank all the women and all the men that are part of the India Regional Chapter who have supported women in our community over the many, many years that the chapter has been active as well. So once again, I'm very excited to be moderating a panel today. There's going to be some great technical presentation and a fireside chat as well. And it's just amazing. It's 10:30 at night here in San Francisco on a Friday night. And I honestly, and I'm not joking here, I wouldn't want to be doing anything else but being here with all of you. So thank you. Deepika, you mentioned Julian's support of our community. I'd like to give Julian a little bit of time to talk to us about what he's been working on and how he's been supporting our community before we get started with the panel and then the technical discussions and fireside chat. Julian? Oh, you're muted.
Mute.
I'm on mute. There you are. Thanks, Daniela. And I would like to reiterate this. There's nothing else I'd like to be doing. It's 1 o'clock here in Hong Kong, and this is just an amazing event. So just to say a few words, in the 4 years I've worked with the Hyperledger India chapter, I'm consistently been in awe of the blockchain technology and expertise that exists in the community, and basically also amazing enthusiasm and innovation. And the wonderful way the chapter, its leaders and members share, educate, and have supported the community. And the Hyperledger community is not just in India, but the Hyperledger communities around the world. And as I think you mentioned during COVID, I think that particularly was a great service to the global community. And this Women in Blockchain webinar, I think, is an inspiring example of all these traits. The depth of knowledge and expertise that we'll see here today is truly remarkable and a real treat from across the region for everyone watching in this time zone. So it's not just India, from people across the globe who'll be watching us today. And finally, I'd like to say thank you to the Indian chapter for all the work they've put into this event, and to everyone who's presenting and participating. And I'm looking forward to these sessions and the work. There's a whole kind of sessions over this today and also next week. And with that, I'd like to hand it back to Deepika, who has made this all happen. Deepika, I'll hand it back to you. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Daniela. Thanks, Julian, for those really insightful remarks. I don't want to hold the panel any further. We have all the panelists here with us. I'd like to now invite Daniela to begin the very first panel discussion of Women in Blockchain 2023, Blockchain, a Catalyst for Disruption in Finance. Before I hand it over to you, Daniela, one thing, I request all the panelists to remain on camera, and maybe the rest of us can go off camera, because only the folks with the videos on will be streamed live on YouTube. All right. Thank you. Over to you, Daniela.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. Once again, it's an honor to be here today, and I'm very excited about this discussion around blockchain as a catalyst of disruption in finance. This is a topic that more and more every single day we're seeing, not only in the news from a hype perspective, but really financial services companies and individuals and consumers worldwide really getting behind the technology. And it's fantastic. And maybe if you can put in that slide again with the speakers, so we can go through the speakers before, that would be great. But I'd like to introduce the speakers that we have here today. I'm going to ask everybody to take about 5 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, to introduce yourselves, what your role is and what your company is. And one of the things is, prepare why everybody else here on the phone today, like, what is the one thing that you want for them to take away from the audience? So I'd like to introduce, I don't know if the slide came back up. I can't see my screen. Let me see here. maybe not. Okay. There you go. Thank you, whoever did that. Thank you so much. So I'd like to introduce, starting from the left, and then we'll I'll introduce it in the order that we're going to go ahead and let everybody introduce themselves. So Mika Kraschet, who is the CEO and the founder of BlockX Space, and she's joining from Germany, where I think it's very early in the morning, if I do my calculations correctly. So thank you for joining us. We also have Shinam Aroha, who's the CEO of the Hybrid Finance Blockchain. We have Sharu Sethi, who's the CMO from the Unique Networks, and Tanvi Rata, who's the founder and CEO of Policy 4.0, and Padmarshi Suresh, who's the practice director of HCL Technologies. If you all notice, all these women have titles like CEOs, CMOs, and founders and practice directors in our industry. There are so many absolutely wonderful women that are technologists and leaders in the space that it's great to have. So we'll go ahead and maybe, Mika, if you can introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about yourself, what your role is, the company that you work for, and that one thing that you want the audience to take away from today's panel.
Thank you, Daniela. I'm very happy to be part of today's panel. And I would call myself actually not only the CEO of BlockX Space, but I would call myself an entrepreneur in the blockchain and no-code space. So I'm building up several businesses. BlockX Space is actually focused on the consulting part, blockchain consulting. I'm also building up Ascenji, which is a no-code platform where you can create applications, APIs, websites just with drag and drop, no coding skills needed. And the third one, it's called Transaction Hub, where we showed that we actually can scale a blockchain, especially a proof of work, public proof of work blockchain, where we made records in the scalability. In general, my focus is the real-life application of blockchain technology. So we are not involved in any pump and dump schemes where I think the greatest part or the greatest focus is on in general of the industry. But I think with the technology, not only blockchain technology, but in combination with further technologies like smart contracts, Ricardian contracts, and so forth, we can make industries much more effective, efficient, and secure. And this is, for me, the most important part of the when using technology, it should improve everyone's life, and this is our focus of our work.
Man, so many of us are entrepreneurs, whether we work for small or big companies, when we're working in the blockchain space, because a lot of the innovation does happen in smaller groups or different divisions. So we look forward to your feedback. What's that one thing you want everybody to take away from today's panel?
That blockchain is not only crypto, and that blockchain technology, how blockchain technology can also be applied, especially now in this panel in the financial sector.
Excellent. I think we can convince them all of that for sure. Excellent. Shinam Aurora, would you like to introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about who you are and
Hi guys, good morning. Thank you so much for inviting me for the panel. So I've been actually working in this industry. So initially my journey began with cybersecurity. I've been working in cybersecurity since the beginning of my career. And in the 2012, I was introduced to Bitcoin during one of the cases that I was solving for the law officials. So that was very interesting. I was like, what is this Bitcoin? And then when I started researching about it, and I realized that Bitcoin is just one of the small applications of the technology. Blockchain is vast and it's humongously big. And that just intrigued my interest, and I started researching on it. And in 2016, I set up a company called Prime Chain, and we were working with a lot of banks all around the world, figuring out what is the solution, lowest hanging fruit to experiment with blockchain. And in 2020, after doing enough research and experimenting, trying all the different blockchain fabrics, we've started something called a hybrid finance blockchain. So utilizing the advantages of centralized and decentralized financial sector, We've recently got permission from the regulators as the world's first regulated blockchain. It's called Hi-Fi. So I've been working on that for now 5 years now.
Excellent. Fantastic. So, I think many of us started with our fascination with Bitcoin and what was going on, and then applying, figuring out, I think to Mika's point, right, that, Bitcoin is an application. It's one of the, the most known application of blockchain, but how do you go about doing that? So congratulations on the launch of Hi-Fi and being one of the first. What's the key thing that you want everybody to take away from this panel today?
I realized that, we've been working on blockchain for quite some time now, but there are still small hurdles and, loopholes that we are still trying to figure out. I'm looking at all the panelists, if we can get some information and try to move beyond the hurdles and we can cross over, and then, we'll see a lot of applications which are working in real, instead of like we are talking about how blockchain is going to disrupt it. I want to see actual disruption happening. So like, that is the key takeaways I would want to take from the session today.
Amazing. All right, let's get to that soon enough. Sharu, over to you.
Hi, thanks, Daniela, and thank you to the Hyperledger Foundation for organizing this and inviting me. I am at present a head of marketing for Unique Network. It is an NFT infrastructure company. Right now, we are focused on creating enterprise applications for around NFTs with a special focus on loyalty and customer experience. At the same time, I am also an ambassador for Polkadot, and I drive Eminence and events for them as well in the region. I've been in this space for almost 2.5 years. And before this, I was at IBM. Back in 2016, I had the opportunity to be the IBM Asia Pacific marketing leader for blockchain. And that was the first time I was working with the Hyperledger Foundation, and life has sort of come full circle. So really, really excited to be here. And I've seen an interesting evolution from how we were trying to help banks, Ashinam, as you mentioned, identify early use cases and POCs back then, to a wave of disruption that we are hoping we will enable through newer technologies. And one of the things I would like for everyone listening in to take away is that this space is still new, and especially for the women tuning in, I would encourage everyone, irrespective of their skill set. You don't necessarily have to be a very technical person. I am not. And to join the space and identify your place aligned to your skill set here. There's room for everyone to make an impact.
Excellent. Thank you. I think marketing is also so key to us getting this message out to blockchain and what blockchain can enable. And also the NFT market, the amount of people that it's brought into the market and educated them, or at least got them aware of the industry, has been fantastic. So we're looking forward to your feedback there as well.
Thank you.
Excellent. Tanvi, would you like to go next, please?
Sure. Hi, Daniela. Hi, everyone. Thanks for inviting me here. So I'm from a very niche space of the entire crypto blockchain industry, which is regulations. So I am the founder of Policy 4.0, which is a policy innovation lab. And we work very closely with governments around the world on emerging tech regulation. So we, I've been in this space for quite some time. I used to be a blockchain lead at Ernst & Young in India. And I have sort of had some fortune in working on a variety of, policy issues in the space, starting from, cluster development things that a lot of state governments, a lot of people trying to build innovation clusters focus on. So I'm now also an advisor to a state sandbox that we've set up in India on Web3. And starting from there to, on financial regulation, which is somewhere the bread and butter of, all debates on regulation today on crypto. So I had some got to work on those issues across over 11 countries or so in our own organization. Our research and our work is with over 40 governments or so, which are working very closely on this. We also right now working on the G20 side, where there's a lot of deliberation going on the global framework. And apart from that, also had exposure on the standard side. So one of India's delegates to the ISO, where we are working on blockchain standards. I do some amount with the WEF as well. So my work is day in and day out on those policy questions, which I think those are the big questions that blockchain sort of needs to address. And so I think in my background, I am an engineer. I was an engineer very long ago when I was at Georgia Tech, and I moved to policy. I've been in that space for a while. I worked with the Indian Prime Minister. I worked with many decision makers around the world. So it's I have a fairly I would say a niche sort of a view on this, but I think it's also a very big picture view. So in terms of what question I think people should take away, I think it's now sort of a very fundamental time in the industry's journey. And I think, this is a time where a lot of big questions need to be answered, right? About the real world implications, about the real world applications, about how this will be sort of the secure financial infrastructure of the future.
And how do we
some of your coffee today?
And how we build it better, right? So, Dan, I find it very interesting that you think it's a niche part of the industry, because it's probably one of the ones that is the hottest discussion point right now worldwide is about regulation. So we look forward to your feedback on that. And to the last panelist, Padmarshi, over to you.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Padmashree Suresh. I belong to HCL Technologies, been a practice leader here. So I've been into the mobile space for the last 12 years, but I'm into this blockchain and metaverse application development maybe from 2020 when COVID hit, and then there is a lot of transformation which is needed in terms of how do we virtually collaborate the employees? How do we bring things to this? That is the time I was actually building a new capability within HCL that is called as Metaverse. And when we started Metaverse, it also had to go hand in hand in terms of how do we handle certain digital transactions inside the Metaverse. And that's where we have a framework within HCL called as OBUL tokenization framework. And we try to integrate that into the Metaverse application, wherein we brought in a lot of new set of applications in terms of employee onboarding and training and all these things. We were giving it as a NFTs to the employees as well as fungible tokens, so they can use them for redeeming it to some other physical assets. So that is how my journey in blockchain started. And now we are seeing how it could be extended to other applications. So now we are seeing how this could really be extended to other applications in the Metaverse. And one thing I understood in the entire journey is we always think Metaverse with Bitcoin and other currency. It's more like a digital currency that we wanted to use. But in Metaverse kind of an application where you draw a parallel with the real world, there is a lot more of things that blockchain is going to play a very vital role, because in this virtual world, you're collecting a lot of informations about the users, you're simulating them in real data. And maybe, you're also collecting, you're also doing a digital twin of the data inside the Metaverse. So it becomes very important that blockchain plays an important role in the data collections and play a vital role in the security of the data, because users are giving more amount of their personal PID data into this world. And it becomes very important at collection of data from the various sources. How do you authenticate? How do you secure these data using a blockchain? and of course, in terms of how you are using them for doing the transactions of this. This is one of the key thing which I've been focusing in the last 2 years, I would say. And the key takeaway to me is that in the financial segment, I feel the blockchain is actually, like I said, it's not only for digital currencies and other aspect, but it's got much more to do in terms of handling the sensitive data which we will be using, because metaverse is really, as per the reports of Gartners and other analysts, it's like going to pick up another 5 to 6 years as a mainstream application. And in this virtual world, this blockchain and the NFTs are going to play a key role. So we need to see how we have to look from a different dimensions altogether.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think, just the critical aspects of, digital ownership and the, interoperability of those assets in between different virtual worlds. I think, the technologies that the ecosystem has been building out is going to definitely drive that. But I agree with you. It's going to be a couple more years. There's a lot of great experimentation, but there's a lot of work to do. And I love the concept of responsible metaverse as well. And how do we go about building something that long term we all here in the room can feel proud that we've built together for our children and their children as well. So Padmarshi, I'll start off with you. I think at HCL, you have a very diverse customer base. And I am sure you and your colleagues hear this question over and over again. So we'll start with the big question that certainly in the last few months, many of us have been getting around blockchain, right, in the blockchain space. Since 14 years ago, right, they just celebrated the buying of the pizza with the Bitcoin, but 14 years ago the Bitcoin paper came out. That was in 2008, and blockchain has really been about innovation, technology innovation, and market innovation, and consumer innovation to get to consumer innovation as a part. So cryptocurrencies and other digital assets have become more and more part of our financial systems on a day in, day out basis since then. And one of the things is, how do you balance the requirement that Bitcoin, because it's or blockchain is so early on still, right? We need to continue to allow innovation. So how do you balance innovation with the need for having regulatory oversight and stability in the market specifically? How do you answer that question when your customers ask you that question?
So today, I fully agree, because one of the concerns which most of our financial customers are coming in is when they come to it, they ask in terms of the security, the compliance, or the regulatory stuff that is there into it. So see, today there are some DAOs being created, and we make sure that these organizations are helping up to come up with the standards and making sure that we are able to address some of the critical aspects. And second thing is, we are also trying to come with a lot more security. See, one of the biggest concerns in this segment is the security aspect. So we try to bring in terms of saying how we will be bringing in a lot more security aspects in terms of the asymmetric key encryption or hash functions to ensure the security of the data is maintained within it, and how it is actually easy for them to interfaces with different kinds of wallets and exchanges, because that's one aspect. But as you rightly said, today some of them are in the experimenting phase when it comes into financial transactions from our end at this point of time.
Yeah. And maybe others have comments on that. How do you allow for innovation while also having some regulatory oversight over that? Any other comments?
One of the observations, and it's not an example within the blockchain space, but the NPCI example in India, the whole payment system in India. That infrastructure works really well, and it's very seamless, very the technology behind it is very, very standardized. And with regulation like zero MDRs, how do the merchants and technology providers still make money? What they do is that they have enable, I mean, they do have very tight regulation, but it is sort of proportionate to the impact that these payment service providers make. So they keep the innovation open. They allow smaller companies and payment companies to keep innovating till they start to become bigger. And if they start to pose a threat to any of the underlying regulatory principles, that's when the regulations start to be imposed. But till then, they are innovating. And then there will be some regulation that comes in to check them. And eventually, as they grow bigger, then they fall in the purview of strict regulations that is aligned to all industry standards based on which the current NPCI system is working. So I guess if we replicate that model to open the doors for innovation, have regulations clarified for larger established institutions, and then channel those to smaller startups as and when needed. It's a very complex task. It's a huge design challenge. It's a huge operational challenge, but I think the industry definitely needs regulatory clarity, but also at the same time openness to innovate till they can without making a negative impact.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Any other comments on that point?
I think innovation is happening right now, but the thing is that everybody's trying different things, but because there's no regulation. First of all, I think the regulation comes, we do not need to be scared of regulation. They're coming to protect the actually end user customers. And if regulation comes, I think it will show us a direction. So initially when internet came, I think everybody was going in different direction. People were trying to figure out, how to use it in the best possible way, what to do exactly. As and when we had the standards and regulations, I think everybody got a direction. So I think to steering the direction, we need to have regulation. And unless and until regulation comes, I think the actual use case will not get implication because government and regulators are there to protect. They don't really understand. They need to understand what's happening, have a standard format to protect the end user. So I think it's very important to have, regulations and everybody on board so that we can actually steer it in a perfect direction and we can actually go for the future of financial disruption and everything that we've been talking about.
So, technology and regulation side by side working together, but also having clear rules and at least, views on how the technology is being used, I think helps the industry further innovate. Tanvi, I'll ask you, because I think you deal with this very often, right? And it's a topic that's very, on this topic of regulation and how do you continue with innovation and this is on the top of mind of everyone's about the ethical considerations around the use of blockchain, specifically in the financial sector, right? With issues like privacy and security, transparency, when you're thinking about opportunities in blockchain like central bank digital currencies, the topics always can, go into the privacy, security, and transparency of consumers and of different aspects of it. So tell us a little bit about what you see. Where are the gotchas kind of from a technology perspective that all here on this webinar should be thinking about as they're planning, their development and their products and services?
Yeah, thanks, Daniela. I think the topic of regulation is just so vast that I don't feel like I can do justice to it in one answer. But I think I would like to start off from your previous question, right, where you were saying, how do you balance innovation regulation? Yes, that is sort of the existential question. And I think it's very easy in the tech space that people just kind of say like, oh, there must be regulations, or there must be clarity. But I think they kind of underestimate just what it takes to get there, because and regulators are used to the school of stable regulations, right? Where you don't come in, you don't actually touch and break stuff until things get too big, right? So you don't actually, you allow innovation to keep happening, and that's how it happened for decades. And you don't come in until things are too big, right? Because you can come and distort the markets, like it's too big a force. to sort of come in and start changing the rules, right? And I think regulators for decades have been very conscious of that. But now it's just that the pace of innovation has become so fast that if you don't do things, then the tech gets very entangled with society very fast, right? And this has always been a dilemma called the pacing gap, right? The pacing gap is where the regulator can't really keep up with the pace of innovation, and they'll always lag the pace of innovation. So I think balancing regulation and innovation, this is a very high stakes challenge, right? It's like you're really walking a tightrope between stifling progress, which is a very big risk for governments, and ensuring safety, which is like a very big responsibility for governments, right? So I think if I bring it back to your subsequent question of specific issues in privacy, security, transparency, I mean, there's a lot of them on each, I would say. But if you look at privacy, for example, right, it's a simple dilemma between privacy and accountability, right? So if you take like the case of Silk Road, for example, that's an old enough case that everyone knows about it. There was privacy, right? But there was no accountability. Like there was a lot going on, like under the radar, there was a lot going on that was essentially criminal activity, right? So where's the line for that, right? Like how do you find the line for that in a space that's constantly moving? That is always a challenge, right? And I think in terms of solutions to that, we of course had the FATF guidelines that came in 2019, and a lot of countries have acted on that. But there's a lot of debate about whether it's too intrusive or not, right? And on security and privacy, I think we've seen enough cases on transparency also. I mean, the whole FTX debacle is an example of that, where you didn't really know that the money is getting shared between these two entities, and having relations between a trading desk and an exchange is very unethical in traditional financial systems. And this is happening like without even customers or investors knowing necessarily. These kind of things are throwing up a lot of unprecedented challenges, right? So I won't ramble on and on this. I will say that there are solutions starting to come up. I think the most recent we saw were the IOSCO principles. I think they've come out like a week or so ago, where IOSCO has been looking very closely at the CeFi side of crypto, right, in terms of what principles can come in there. And I think we're still sort of drawing very heavily from old school principles and regulation, right? We're still drawing very heavily from how traditional finance was regulated, and we're still not really grappling with what decentralization really means, right, for society, for finance. I think until we get there to where we're building sort of new frameworks, we still have like a long road ahead in regulations.
Yeah, well, I think it's an excellent point. If you think about, the core concepts of decentralization and things like DeFi, for example, and NFTs, the way that it helps, the friction should be, if we get, usability correct, right? The friction should be really lower to get individuals into the financial systems. So I'll actually ask you, Hena, to add to that, because I think, if you think about decentralized finance and creating those type of new interactions with consumers, how does the technology enable that? And what are you seeing in regards to like adoption, and primarily in like people understanding that decentralized technologies can give them the the access to the financial systems that, in the past they had to go through very traditional. They had to go to a bank, right? They had to go and open up an account. They had to be approved to open up an account. And nowadays, you can actually do that without having any formal approval from everybody. So maybe your thoughts on that based on, a practitioner.
Sure. So see, I think the blockchain, the main trust factor in decentralized finance, the problem comes with the trust factor. You don't know who you're dealing with. blockchain addresses being pseudo-anonymous, you don't know who you're dealing with, but you know what's happening in that account. So with a couple of people, that also is an issue. For example, if I've shared an address with you, you know that, I've shared my address. Now you know what's happening with my account transaction. So the privacy, the transparency is there, but people would like to have some privacy also in that statement. So that is, I think, one of the reasons that we are not able to see it being part of the financial day-to-day transactions. Now, the advantage comes with removal of intermediaries. A lot of places in banking transactions, or if you look at international remittances and other places also, there's a lot of intermediaries involved. So blockchain works wonder when we have to remove the intermediaries. That's why we see a lot of good use case when it comes to peer-to-peer lending, wealth and financial management, and mobile payments. But I don't think blockchain can replace the traditional financial systems because of the simple reason of security. We are still looking at a couple of smart contracts and codes and loopholes which are left by human beings, right? Which is not tried and trusted technology. So when it comes to opening a bank account, yes, it can be easy just, by sitting at home and everything is fine. But I still would trust the traditional financial systems when it comes to security of my bank account. And, the finance systems is still, we are very prone to hacking and DAOs being attacked because there was a loophole. And then when very good question comes with blockchain is the blockchain governance. We say that it's decentralized, nobody's controlling it. But another question comes is how many people are running the node, and sometimes the decision that they have to take, and majority stakeholders in past have taken a decision, taking a rolling back of a blockchain, which actually sometimes question us about the governance and the decentralized part also. So I think we need a balance between the traditional system and blockchain, which will go hand in hand. So that's why I'm coming back to the point of having regulators a set of rules, because single one of the thing will not survive, otherwise we'll have the support of the other one.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Well, I think, also, how blockchains, both public and permissioned public chains, right? So hybrid use cases as well. And some, technologies really addressing or starting to address those privacy preserving first initiatives. I think is something that, is it moving faster than the regulation, or will the regulation move faster than the technology itself? In those aspects is the question, but I do think there's a lot to add there. Padmarshi, maybe you can add a bit as well to that topic around the. Go ahead.
Yeah. So see, while definitely on the security aspect, now from a technology perspective, there are many aspects that has been getting added, right? So like in terms of most of the solutions, even what we are developing, we know that we have a KYC requirement, which is actually protecting the customer data, and also the customer data is maintained with an integrity. But apart from that, also in the technology specifically, if you look from it, we make sure that there are other aspects of this ring signature, bringing secure multi-party computations to validated transactions, right? Because without you do the validations without making the underlying sensitive informations known to others. So these are something definitely which is bringing in value in the transaction part. And of course, what I'm trying to see is that many of the customers are looking from a permissioned blockchain, because it is in one way or the other actually restricting who can participate and participate in the network. And also you have some amount of access restriction in this, because who are there in the network, and you are able to get this. So it depends on when we do these kind of a transaction, how critical is the transaction, how informative, how much of a information is needed. I think it needs to be like we bring in more kind of a security measures by bringing in all these technologies over there. And of course, we should be able to strike a balance between this privacy and the transparency part also. Because sometimes this, because we say we want to maintain so much of privacy and transparency, right? So this anonymization and pseudonymity practice is sometimes obfuscating the personal identity, but of course there is going to be a risk. So I would say that we need to strike a balance between this two factors, based on the sensitivity of the information that we are handling. And that's how I mean, there is no one solution to it, in my opinion. It's actually like the sensitivity of the data, the complexity of the solution that is being dealt, and the amount of impact it will create. So I think we need to strike a balance between what security aspect that we want to give, what is the level of transparency that we want to maintain in it, and how do we bring value. That's how I think we should consider while developing any kind of a solution. Because I'm more telling from a practical implementation of the solutions that we consider when we develop solutions to the customer. Because some of it, see, the question comes even in terms of when we go to customer is, so do you want to have a permission blockchain, or you want to go for a permissionless, or it's a...
Yep. Did we lose her? I think we lost her. Oh. Did you lose?
Hello?
There you go. Now you're back. Go ahead.
I think, I mean, did you hear me?
Yeah. I think, there is not one solution that fits all, right? I mean, that's the primary thing. And I think a lot of times the industry, whether it's mainstream media or consumers or even, very large companies, they get kind of stuck in this, it's one solution that needs to fit them all. And when you think about, issues, for example, on privacy and security, we do get caught up on things that it's not about the technology. The technology has lots of different options and you can approach it in different ways. I think you were talking about, making a decision whether you need a permissioned or a permissionless blockchain, what is most effective, is hybrid an option, and why, why the technology needs to be used in the same. And we do get caught up in kind of a lot of that. And I think especially when issues of privacy and security, we forget to see the value of the technology itself. Right. So let's get back a little bit because we could talk for hours about kind of these very thorny, what I consider very thorny issues. But let's get back to the basics on, some of the key benefits of the technology itself. Like, why are we sitting around? Why, has the Hyperledger Foundation for, the last, 7 years been focusing on building the best technology projects in kind of lots of different ways and different approaches? What are the benefits of this technology? How can blockchain enhance efficiencies and transparencies and trust in all the areas that we've been talking about? Miki, if you can take that question.
Sure, thank you.
There you are.
First of all, for me, a blockchain, the most important property is that it prevents double spend. And thinking about the financial sector, at the current state, when we give money to the bank, so we deposit, let's say $100, what does the bank do? It makes several thousands of dollars of it. So it actually double spends the money. And what we saw a few weeks ago, that when there's a bank run, people want to withdraw money. Suddenly the bank says, oh, you don't have the money. And blockchain is actually there to prevent this kind of double spend, that you can see, oh, there is my coin, there is my value that I put on the blockchain. And this cannot be simply double spent. It is unique, and you always have the transparency to some extent. And also it has a certain ownership connected with certain values and properties on the blockchain. So the transparency, and also that you don't have these middlemen. For example, when we do a financial transaction, we can do this now with the blockchain peer to peer, from person to person, without a bank as a middleman saying, okay, you can use the money that you have deposited on your bank account. You have now a wallet, and you can always decide, okay, I want to make this transaction from peer to peer. and without the need to ask for the permission of a central authority to use that. And without having a middleman, it reduces the associated costs to make such a transaction. And it gives the opportunity for many people in the world who don't have access to the usual banking system to make transactions, financial transactions, or also not only the value, I mean, we are speaking now around the financial sector, but we can secure data. So anything associated with data and value, we can secure this on this decentralized data ledger. And we don't, let's say, no central authority can simply manipulate anything on that ledger.
Would anybody like to add to that?
One more point is definitely, with the blockchain, I would say main thing is in terms of transactions across different countries, right? Because it becomes, because otherwise through the banking system, there's a lot of regulation. So cross-border transaction is one of the other value add, I would say, because of blockchain coming into picture. That's another aspect I would just like to bring in. And also, if you look at it in terms of crowdfunding platforms, because many of the crowdfunding platforms are trying to use blockchain because of its transparency and also the security that it is bringing for the donors. These are other value adds that we could see in terms of blockchain bringing in the financial segments.
Mm-hmm. Excellent.
I think I could add in that. I think there's already so much soul searching like going on in traditional finance, right? You've seen the collapses of SVB, of Signature, all these banks, and it's triggered just so much, I would say, rethink, or, everybody realizes that there's need for a fundamental rethink and like so much of the architecture of the financial system. I think there, for so long with crypto and blockchain, like there's been this overhang, like a reputational overhang, which is why it's not yet been, I think, given the space that it could occupy. But there's just so much amazing innovation. Like, for me, the most interesting space in all of blockchain has always been DeFi. And I think the kinds of things that come up there with, with DeFi primitives, with this money Legos concept of like just how much you can kind of stack services into single contracts. I mean, that is really, that is really innovation, right? To a degree we've not seen for decades, I think, in finance. But I think, and now I think the regulatory debate has finally begun seriously on those issues, right? And I think if we see a world of like regulated DeFi, that will really be a very transformative change, right? I think that will just change the relationship that people have with money, that people have with institutions. But it is a very scary world as well, because for a lot of institutions, especially because, what is the role, right? Like, what is how do institutions exist in a world like that, right? So I think it's a long road. And I think when you throw into that mix, CBDCs, and, so I actually worked quite a bit on CBDCs. That was one of the core things our think tank originally started on. And, now India's building its digital rupee. India's actually building it. There's a lot of countries experimenting, thinking of building it. The US has started already. There are states banning it, like Florida and stuff are like already banning a CBDC even before one was made. But I think all these things of like CBDCs, tokenized deposits, regulated stablecoins, that's going to be a very different era of finance. And I just don't think we have many past templates to look at for that, for what that will look like.
Wonderful. True.
Yeah. So, Tanvi, based on what you said, I have been associated with financial services through my job at IBM as well. And over the decades that we've seen various cycles of transformation, we've mainly seen, in a nutshell, digitization of existing systems, digitization of existing ledger-based systems. And existing systems are mainly, they operate in a way with sort of batch relay of information. When you know the previous information, you process the next one, right? So all those efforts over the decades have just focused on digitization of existing infrastructure, while the whole influx of token, the creator economy, the cryptocurrencies, they are challenging not just regulatory systems, existing regulatory systems, but also infrastructure like payments, risk models, treasury, fraud. All of these models are challenged because these have addressed like almost 100-year-old banking system. So all of these pillars are forced to rethink how they have worked for ages, because the concept of tokenization is very new and does not go along with the existing infrastructure. So it's really a bigger change beyond regulatory and compliance, which of course is very critical for us to keep operating and growing. But I guess it's a much bigger shift.
To do it, yeah. And I think, the other topic is, around, tokenization of real world assets as well.
Yes.
So another topic that, lately a lot of people have been talking about, and it's like, what kind of opportunities does that bring, to the regular people, right? To, people who, perhaps in the past have been unable to purchase real estate, right? To be able to, own a piece. I think there was there was an article that Hena, you posted, I think, a couple of days ago around a playbook for tokenization of aviation assets. I think I saw it on LinkedIn, and how, obviously we all dream of being able to own a plane. Some of us, right? But the reality is the majority of us will never get to that point. But, and there's also, not only do I not want to own a plane because I can't afford one, there's also so many hassles of owning something like that, right? There's maintenance and storage and compliance, and, I have to have licenses and all that. But what if I wanted to be able to invest, right, in a tokenized part of a plane, right, of physical assets? So maybe talk a little bit about, what, as we close off the panel today, what other opportunities do we see in that is really driving the financial markets for the individual, for the person that I think many of us, got into blockchain many years ago to be able to open up opportunities and increase financial inclusion and really democratize the access to financial services of people in underserved communities. And it's underserved communities around the world. I happen to live in the US, and I'll tell you, there's a lot of people in the US who are unbanked or definitely underbanked, and they won't have access to financial services in their lifetime. So let's close off. And then I know there's a couple of questions maybe in the Q&A. So comments on that specific about financial inclusion and how these technologies democratize access to services. And then we can go to one or two QA questions.
So at Hi-Fi, this is the first thing that we're working on is tokenization, because what happens is, as of right now, I mean, looking at me, I genuinely, I agree with you, Daniela, that I can't really own an airplane, and a lot of people own it. And along with that, they have surge plus charges also, to parking, to maintenance and everything. Now, as an individual or a middle class person, I have a dream of investing in a plane, or see, real estate is also one of the use cases. But with real estate, the problem is coming is because of real estate being specifically in India, we can't take it to global market because there are rules and regulations that who can invest in real estate or who can buy it. But when it comes to aviation, the market is global. We are also going with tokenization of art. The only one, thing that we require here is a custodian. because the blockchain being decentralized and everything we're talking about is blockchain does spend double spending also, we agree. But along with that, there are so many different blockchains and platforms and marketplaces who are working in silos. So the problem happens is the same marketplace, you'll see a one project on different marketplaces trying to raise funds for the same thing. Now, at that time, there is nobody monitoring it or controlling it. So that's why we need to have, a body of custodians from two perspectives. One is to check whether the same projects or same planes or maybe artwork is being tokenized on different marketplaces in terms of NFTs. And the second part is to actually evaluate. I put in a project, let's say in a plane. Good point is that yes, I can raise liquidity and anybody can invest and take the returns in terms of profits, and plus in terms of added advantages, maybe I can use the plane also in a yearly basis. But another thing comes is that we need to have somebody being taken care of the part. So along with blockchain we say that it removes the third party, and but we do need third party in terms of protecting the end user investments. Plus interoperability, I think, is another concern that we have, because there are so many different blockchains also working in silos. That's when the problem comes for international remittance, or if we talk about CBDC. As of right now, if governments start to go on different blockchains, now the problem comes is how the transfer will happen from one blockchain to another. They need to start talking so that bridges are already there, but I think that innovation needs to happen in that particular area also. So along with the advantages of blockchain by removing the double spending and intermediary, we need them on board also. So, and tokenization, I feel, is the future from the perspective of it opens up a global market. And along with that, it has added advantages of everybody can dream of investing in different parts and take profits from something which sitting in Pune, I can do it. So I think that's the future of financial inclusion for blockchain.
I think we all agree. We'd like to see that. I know we need to wrap up. So there was actually a question from Amar Singh around how do you start learning? So if someone new to the blockchain ecosystem, how do they start learning? So it's a great last question. We'll go around. We'll start with Miki around, what is one thing that you've learned and where have you learned it? About the topic of blockchain that everybody in the room should jot down and go do some research on.
I mean, one thing that I learned was that there are so many different blockchain technologies that have different characteristics. And for me, it's important to use one where the transaction costs are so low that I can, for example, send a penny around the globe within a second for a fraction of a cent. This is for me the future. And I mean, this also comes with experience to actually use different blockchains and to find it out, okay, what is actually usable, what is not usable.
Excellent.
And this will actually pave also the way for the upcoming Web3 and also in how you can use blockchain in something called metaverse.
So it's not one thing, it's many things and lots of technologies, lots of options, lots of ways to learn. Hena?
So along with blockchain, I think the one thing that I love, along with, I agree with Mikey in terms of the transaction speed, it's being so fast and it gives me a global access. That's one important thing. But in terms of learning, I think for blockchain, we need to unlearn something in terms of the crypto part of it. Everybody start talking about blockchain as if it's a negative word. So that's why, most of the time, instead of using a blockchain, I use distributed ledger, or I actually call it Internet of Value, because it's an advantage use case of collaboration. And, you can transfer value from one place to another. I think that's the most important thing to learn about blockchain. It's transfer of value using collaboration and cryptography and some smart codes. But that's where it ends. But people try to put it in so much of negative words. So that's why usually I stick to the word distributed ledger.
Fantastic. Sharu?
Yeah, I would actually like to highlight two things. One is to get started easy. It may be a good idea to identify one use case in the field of your interest. If you are interested in financial services, there's plenty of applications. CBDC is one, or as an example, if you're interested in fashion and consumer goods, there are leading examples like Nike. And so once you identify an area interest go down the rabbit hole on how they used the blockchain or the whole concept of Web3. But beyond blockchain and technical details, I think it's very important to understand this concept of Web3 around the concept of communities and the token incentives that power community co-creation and community collaboration, because those are the big picture shifts that are changing the way businesses will operate or bring in new revenue models. So I think beyond the technology, it's also important to understand the community shifts and the way people are working around Web3.
I love that advice. Do something that you're very interested and passionate about. I love it. Tanvi?
Yeah, I think the quickest way to learn blockchain is just set up a wallet and send money to your friend. That'll teach you like a lot more than, reading like days of theory on, how it is, what works. It'll immediately introduce you to, just how the system works, smart contracts, all of those things, right? And as Charu was saying, join a community Discord, join a DAO, join an NFT community, spend like a week like seeing how they are making decisions in communities. And I think that will just teach you everything. I think it's literally baptism by fire when you're joining this industry. It's like you have to just do it. You have to get your hands dirty to learn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's a unique thing in the industry that it's very possible for everyone to do so as well. So fantastic advice as well. And Padmarshi?
So I think most of them have told how to go about with it. One more is in terms of even visualizing what are all the, see, when somebody is very new, they need to also in terms of understand what kind of use cases and where exactly is blockchain really making a difference. So I would say while we do all the learning part, trying it out hands-on or getting into the community, where exactly does blockchain fit? What are the things that we should be using it, and how it is really bringing a difference? I mean, a fundamental understanding of what it is and how it is gives a very good perspective. So I would say learning on the fundamentals through these will really be giving a big picture on which one they want to focus. Because blockchain is just not only writing the contracts, writing the applications, but it's also in terms of beyond that, in terms of what are the, because security itself is one big aspect in blockchain. So should I focus on the security aspect of it? Should I focus on the compliance aspect of it, or what regulations? So it's not one. So I would say to first get an entire breadth, and then your area of interest, then you can go into specific topics.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And of course, I'll end off saying, becoming as part of the Hyperledger Foundation, there's a lot of resources for people to get involved and to learn, training resources, events like this, and the many webinars and meetups that we do, where we show people from their use cases, from a technology perspective, but also the value on the technology spaces. So, continue to be involved in things like our India Regional Chapter, as well as our other Hyperledger Foundation trainings, meetups, webinars, events that we do globally, and we look forward to seeing everyone in our community. So I want to thank the panelists once again. I want to thank the India Regional Chapter for inviting the panelists and really talking about how we do all believe and we're all working towards having blockchain really disrupt the financial system. So thank you all, the panelists, and really appreciate your time and your thoughts here. Very, very wonderful to hear from everybody. I would like to go ahead, and if the panelists can go off camera, and we can have our next speaker, who's going to introduce our next speaker, Nidhi Singh, who is a senior software engineer, and she is building blockchain solutions at Walmart Global Tech India. She also just recently became one of our Hyperledger Foundation stewards for our labs, our Hyperledger labs, and it's been great to see some of her work and feedback already as part of the labs process as well. So Nidhi, if you want to introduce yourself and then go ahead and introduce our next speaker, that would be fantastic. And thank you all once again.
Thanks, Daniela. The session that you took was really insightful. It's always a pleasure to hear from all the business entrepreneurs out there. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
So let's get started with the first technical presentation for the day. Okay, So the first presentation revolves around NFT, and all of you might have heard about NFT due to the hype it created in the last few years. And this will make you think in a different direction. Just to set some context for the people who are new in the blockchain space. So NFT helps content creators, be it artists, singers, photographers, to claim the ownership of the content that they create. And let me put up a fact there. In 2021, the NFT were traded for $17 billion, which was like 21,000% rise from the previous year. So we know that the NFT are already in a boom. Due to that, there are a lot of NFT scams which are happening out there. And these scams will make you lose the worth of your NFT, and or you will end up buying NFTs that will disappear even before you make a profit on top of it. So out there in today's world, there are different sort of scams. So today we'll talk about one of the most popular scams, which is rug pulls. So today's presenter is Trishi, and the rug pull scam is like a developer creates a hype around the NFT, and then they essentially pull out the money after an investor has like raised some significant amount of money. So today Trishi will be covering the behavioral analysis of fraudulent NFT creators, and that's something that you all need to be aware about. So Trishi is a PhD student at IIT Kanpur, and her research involves around blockchain, mainly focusing on NFT and its security aspects. She is passionate about enhancing the privacy and security of NFTs, and she is currently exploring applications around it. Trishi, if I hand over the stage to you. Trishi, you're on mute.
Sorry. Yeah, hi. Thank you so much for introducing me. And I'm here I'm firstly very glad to be a part of such an event and among such influential women in working in blockchain. And I'm very happy to be a part of this event. And mostly in this talk, as already introduced about NFTs and rug pulls, this makes a very this is a very minute yet very critical part of NFTs based basically on the security aspect. So I'll just start with my presentation. All right. I hope, can you please confirm if my screen is visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Thank you so much. So this talk is about understanding rug pulls. So we have worked on rug pulls on basically I've started by focusing on NFT attacks, all the attacks which are there in the NFT ecosystem. And but while exploring them, I could not find much of information on rug pulls. It was compared with the Ponzi schemes and pump and dump schemes and all, but I couldn't find it how it is actually different from and how the things go on in rug pulls and how can we create because based on being from a security background, I think we mostly focus on creating detection and prediction models for the same. So I could not find exact details on that. So I thought that it would be, so I started looking at the transactions with respect to the criminal behavior of the creators, which are actually attempting these rug pulls. So that is what my talk is about. I'll be starting, although there's already a brief given on NFTs, I'll just start giving another summary. I'll just summarize on NFTs and the attacks on that. And then I'll move on to the things that I have done in my research and what all findings we could, I could gather. And then also a small summary on the research opportunities. So starting with a general introduction. So I'll bring it from blockchain to NFTs. So blockchain, everybody has already discussed and everybody knows here about it. So it stores basically a state of object on the internet. So in just not a typical definition, but just a bit of it. And object here is like anything with some value and with ownership. So we are talking about ownership of anything. And then ownership, we are exchanging this ownership from one person to another when we are transacting from, for example, from sender to buyer. So there is an ownership exchange over there and there is some value associated with it. This ownership exchange is done using smart contract, which is in which we write some set of codes with some methods and all, in which we define what exactly is going to happen with when this smart contract will be deployed. Once that is done, this transfer of ownership, when the rules in the smart contract are met, when we talk about this ownership of a traded asset, when the traded asset comes into picture, we represent it using by saying that with the help of tokens. So these tokens represent this ownership of a traded asset. And when we talk about digital assets, then there are fungible tokens, there are semi-fungible tokens, non-fungible tokens. So different types of tokens come into picture. So one example of that is NFT, non-fungible tokens. So this is a pictorial representation of the same, in which we can see the comparison between fungible and non-fungible tokens. So fungible are those in which we can, there is a value which has which is important here as compared to non-fungible tokens, in which there is a unique value for each and every token. For example, fungible token. So I can, exchange one ether with another one ether. So they have the value, they have the same value, but I cannot exchange one CryptoKitty with another CryptoKitty. So that is the difference which is out here. And similarly, a combination of taking some of the functionalities of fungibility and non-fungibility, we have some semi-fungible tokens, which are, for example, the movie tickets or event tickets or coupon vouchers. So they are exchangeable with each other. However, one coupon cannot be used everywhere, in every store. So that is what a semi-fungible token is. Now, focusing on NFTs, basically, I am focusing on security aspect of NFT on rug pulls, which are there in NFT platforms. And by platforms, I mean both NFT marketplaces as well as the other, there are certain contracting agencies which develop NFT markets or NFT spaces for specific users. So similar to that, in that context, we have this NFT ecosystem, and I've taken this from a research paper. This nice diagram which shows flow of NFTs in a marketplace and how you can directly see the points of attacks here or points of vulnerabilities here. So there is NFTs are very much famous for popular mainly for trading of art. For images, videos, and all. So once this art is created, the creator lists it on the website, marketplace, or anything. That NFT is linked to a smart contract, and once the NFT is minted, all the details related to that is sent over the blockchain for record. And once there is a buyer who wants to buy that particular NFT, that buyer is going to either bid or maybe purchase it directly using some cryptocurrencies. And once that transaction happens, the details again of the new details of the new owner of that NFT and how these all transaction, how the token is transferred and how all this entire transaction took place. This is again stored, or this is again recorded on blockchain, and the buyer can finally look at the NFT as it gets transferred to his or her wallet. Now we have certain main entities here, for example, users, the marketplaces, and the external entities. So users are buyers, sellers, content creators. Marketplaces are these which I've already discussed. And then there are external entities, for example, hosting services. So hosting services are those in which, the users, or with the help of marketplaces, NFTs, metadata, information about the NFTs, or the actual image, video, anything that is related, any art which is being traded for or being linked with that NFT, that is stored. So it can be centralized server, it can be cloud server, it can be decentralized, this peer-to-peer distribution system. So we have multiple means of doing that. So these are the main entities which are mostly vulnerable or which cause these attacks. So either a seller can exploit the system, a buyer can exploit the system. There can be some attacks on the hosting service providers. There can be some attacks on the marketplaces, or there are multiple instances which are already present, which are already being done, and exploiting any of these entities. So one of that is rug pulls, which I'm going to discuss about. Now, this was about NFTs and how some of these applications were also discussed by the panelists. So some of them, for example, Starbucks starting their NFT-based loyalty program, and Nike making an NFT platform for digital sneakers. There is a concept of digital assets, in which there is a combination of physical and digital assets. So NFT sellers, these creators, they are also indulging in metaverse, in digital assets, and so on. So any application, there are multiple things in which these creators are exploring, and various applications of that. Similarly, apart from trading, we also have other applications of NFTs, and I'm listing a very few of them, main of them. There are multiple applications of NFTs. So apart from not just concentrating on trading, we have other good sides of NFTs as well. For example, we can attach a NFT with each and every item. It has a very good purpose in hospital items related to supply chain. So we can trace the entire this shipment of any one item. So we can track and trace a pharmaceutical in a pharmaceutical supply chain using NFTs. We can use it for construction payment automation, or for certificates, for preserving property rights. Although this is a little bit controversial topic, but not controversial, but it has a lot of conflicts with respect to property rights and NFTs, but still its applications are all over there. So I'll start with the NFT attacks, and most generally, there are multiple, but I've covered the most famous one, the most common one, which you might have heard of, like phishing. There is malware, there are rug pulls, there is wallet, stealing of wallet credentials, there are fake NFTs, fake airdrops, fake giveaways, hacking, and whatnot. So I'm focusing particularly on rug pulls, which is a type of exit scam where the NFT creators, the malicious NFT creators, simply pull out the cash or pull out the funds out of that, out of their project. So what they do, they will create a project, they will create hype around it, and then eventually, after collecting some certain amount of certain money, they will eventually abandon the project, and they will take the investors' funds and simply vanish. So that is NFTs in case of that is rug pulls in case of NFTs. There are rug pulls in exchanges as well. By that I mean in Uniswap there has been studies on rug pulls. In decentralized exchanges there are tokens which have been rug pulled, but my focus is on NFT. So this is a typical scenario how NFTs, how rug pulls. I'm sorry. So this is a typical scenario of how a rug pull takes place there are multiple ways of attempting rug pull. This is just one way of it. So creating an NFT project and optionally to show the roadmap, share the roadmap and the total supply, how many number of NFTs are going in the circulation. Roadmap consists of a timeline of events, what all the creators are trying to do or they're planning to do. For example, they're going to mint these tokens in this batch, and then they are going to execute an online event, or they're going to meet the users, they're going to meet the buyers, and so on. And then they create hype around their project. They generate popularity on that project. So they make use of, since they are malicious actors, so they make use of certain illegal activities, or for example, artificial inflation, shilling. So these are the ways in which they gain popularity, artificial, not legal popularity around their project. Then they mint, they put that NFT, those NFTs or that NFT collection on sale. And gradually with increase in hype, with increase in popularity, there is increase in market capital, and automatically there is increase in the demand of that NFT. Once that amount is accumulated by the creators, they will cash out. By cash out, it means they will withdraw all the funds from that token contract, from that NFT project, and they will either trade it in exchanges, or they will send it to mixers like Tornado to Cash, or maybe they will fund other creators to create attempt to help them attempt rug pulls, or they will just take it out or convert it into fiat, anything. Like there are multiple possibilities, and then there will be no further mint events, or no further discussions on social media accounts or anything. So they will entirely vanish from sight. Then this is just a comparison of the number of rug pulls and scams. So scams consist of like other scams like phishing, hacking, spamming, etc. So comparing rug pulls with scam, you can see there is a lot of increase in number of cases of rug pulls in January 2022, and this is something that we have also observed that I've also observed in my study, in my analysis. So I'll just share it quickly. This is what I found on 10 different NFT platforms, 7 different NFT platforms. So you can see the OpenSea has highest number of rug pulls. There can be multiple reasons. It's not just that it is only one who is there with lots of scams, but there are possible reasons that most number of active wallets, most number of active users are there on OpenSea. OpenSea is the most popular NFT marketplace as compared to the other ones. And this is a scenario between June 2021 to December 2022. So scenario is different. So at that point of time, these were the stats. Now, what we analyzed here is that we came up with certain behavioral patterns, which were most commonly seen among the transactions of the creators. So we focused on creators' transactions, only the creators of those rug pulls, and we observed these set of patterns which were prominently found in the rug pull cases. So starting with, for example, VA. So VA here stands for Vast Virtual Asset Service Provider. So these are entities who are dealing with who are dealing with or providing these virtual asset services, and like exchanges, mixers, swap services, wallet services, and so on. So we have labeled it like 1, 2, 3, 4. So one by one we denote the incoming source of funds. So we saw that either the source of funds to these creators are coming from VASPs, or they're coming from illicit addresses. So these are the two income sources. And then either it is coming in the creator account directly, or it is coming through a set of related accounts, wallets of the creator. So this is the incoming source, study of the incoming source. Once the funds are gathered or received by the creators, they are creating an NFT collection, and then they're withdrawing the funds from that project. And eventually at the end, they are spending it either to the exchanges, or they are accumulating in some wallets to be used in future, or they are funding other creators, or they are funding other illicit addresses. So this is one example of among other patterns. And similarly, we have other patterns in which there is a slight difference of the way in which funds are being transferred and the way in which funds flow through their accounts. Now, you might have heard of a term called peel chains. So that is to launder money through multiple accounts. So this TE here, I have labeled them as temporary accounts, which are accounts related to the creators. So just like the temporary variable that we use sometimes in coding, so I use the same concept. And so based on these labeling and based on analyzing the flow of transactions, we've got these behavioral patterns of rug pulls. Then, since this study is specifically on the nature of creators, the behavior of creators, we've emphasized on direct and indirect transactions. So direct transactions in this figure, you can see there are a lot of structures, different types of structures, which are formed by the direct fund transfers between different creators. So there is chain-like structure, there are star-like patterns, there are tree-like structures, and a mesh type of structure. So there are different types of structures in which we see that funds are being transferred from one creator to multiple creators, and those creators are again going to these creators are again those who are involved in rug pulls. So you can see that how they are funding each other in order to carry on those rugs, in order to gather more and more capital from the investors. And the second scenario is where we focused on why only the direct transfers, why not the indirect ones, in which any two creators are connected to each other. So we looked for illicit accounts. If they are getting funding from the same illicit account, that means there is some similarity, there is some relation between the creators. And then again, the concept of peel chains here. They're sharing a common temporary account. Two or more creators are sharing a common temporary account to move funds from maybe from the creator account to exchanges or to Tornado Cash or any other entity like that. And other than VASPs, the contracts of VASP, we have not considered them. Other than those, any other smart contract which is being created by these creators, and they are frequently interacting with these smart contracts. So we have taken these into consideration as indirect transactions. Based on direct and indirect transactions, we created groups of rug pull creators. We identified who is governing the entire rug pull or who is behind these repeated rug pulls and executing this entire plan. So we formed different creator groups based on these type of interactions, and we found one group which is commonly known as rug pull mafia. It is the group which has attempted maximum number of rug pulls, most number of rug pulls in the entire NFT ecosystem. And then there are certain some people who are facing charges already, like Logan Paul, Jake Paul, Bhaskara, who are facing charges for attempting rug pulls. And similarly, we found 20 such groups which are which have some certain set of projects who these groups own. So all those projects are come under one particular group. So based on these interactions, we formed these creator groups, 20 creator groups. Then we again applied the same approach on these groups in order to find if there is any connection between these groups. And again, we found these connections. So we found 8 of these groups out of these 20. We found 8 of these groups connected to each other. So here the edge, size of this edge, the width of this edge shows that how many number of, the amount of the number of projects which are common between, which makes the connection between any two creators. And you can see rug pull mafia here is the node which is mostly connected to every other node. And this shows the level of illicit activity being present in an NFT ecosystem. And this is the level of this is a very, critical aspect here, that we already have these, numbers, we already have these facts, but they're still going on. We do not have much of control on that, and people are still being, looted, and their money is not safe. They're not seeing a good side of, NFTs over here. Finally, we also gave a comparison of where, to understand the timeline of rug pull activity. So we saw that we compared the creation of NFT project and when the funds were withdrawn or when the rug pull was attempted. So you can see here, okay. So we can see here on the color bar, you can see that, blue color represents a week or 5 days, right? A project that lasted for a week or 5 days. And here you can see that there are multiple blue dash lines and dots, even if there are very small dots, multiple of them, many of them present here. And there are some few of them which are in yellow or which are in orange. So this shows that there are very few projects which lasted over a month. But one point is there are so many projects, there were a number of projects, 68% of them were only lasted for a week, less than a week or maximum for a week. And others lasted for, just for a month. So it shows that a project lasting, a project just has to, be carried on for 1 month, and these malicious actors are able to gain money. They're able to attack. They're able to, give this. They're able to attack, or they're able to, accumulate all this money, and they're able to attempt rug pulls over there. So these were the findings. These were the things that I've done in my research till now, and we saw that we found 168 tokens. So we collected information of around 758 tokens, and from them, there were 168 tokens simply linked to one group, which was Rug Pull Mafia, which is the largest group of creators behind rug pulls. And we also saw that there are the rug pulls are similar in many ways, with similar dynamics in terms of the behavioral patterns. They are created by the same individuals, which is why there are repeated rug pulls from the same creators. There is usage of temporary accounts to move funds from one creator to exchanges or to mixers or to swaps, and they are just using investors' money for trading for their own benefit. And how the initial source of funds are helping them to do that. Then we found that cryptocurrency exchanges and royalties were the principal funding sources. The most of the sources came from these two entities. Now it can be assumed that when we are using royalties as initial source of funds, for example, there is a creator account transactions of a creator, and in those transactions, the initial transactions were funds coming from royalties. Let's say OpenSea royalties. So if that is the case, royalties are actually what a creator gets after every subsequent sale of his or her NFT. So that is what royalties come from. Now, creating a new account and getting royalties as as initial transactions as an initial income source, it shows that maybe there were some previous projects of that creator from which he or she is receiving those funds in terms of royalties in the new account. So there is a possibility, yes, there is a possibility that the previous projects were also rug pulls. So these are the major findings that we observed in our research, and our my future work, my future prospect is to till now I have not focused on detecting and predicting rug pulls, but I wanted to know more about how the creators are behaving and how we can observe, we can understand the creator's intentions on the same. And based on these based on this analysis, we can create machine learning models which are capable of detecting group of creators, or which are detecting rug pulls. And moreover, we can also explore, we can also expand it to other types of crypto crimes like wash trading or money laundering, which is a very important concept, important crypto crime, and which is very famous actually. And so likewise, this can be done. So this was all about my work, which I wanted to share, and though very minute, but yet critical. And that's it. Yeah, thank you. So,
thank you, Trishi. That was really insightful. Having the awareness of what's happening in the world is very essential. So thanks a lot. If you have any questions, please feel free to post in the Q&A section.
So I see a question that is, how do we prevent rug pulls? So we can prevent, there is not a short answer to this, because we cannot be sure that one project, this particular project, is not going to end up as a rug pull, right? So we do not have those insights, but we can control it to some extent, like research on that creator, research on that NFT project, what their roadmap is telling, and are they really following that roadmap? Are they legit creators? Do we already know them? Or maybe not already know them, but are they constantly up to the mark of the creators, or on the roadmap, or on the promises, basically the promises that they have done, that we are going to, in one case, in one rug pull case, what happened, the creators said that they are going to give these funds to a charity organization, and later on they tweeted that this charity is going to ask. So what happened to the investors' funds? They are all in vain. They went to those malicious actors. So the point is that we cannot say that this is something which we can do to prevent rug pulls. Yes, one thing that we can do is be aware of the NFT project, and analyze the transactions, learn a bit about. It's not a difficult thing, and there are multiple blockchain explorers on which transactions are there, and we can understand where the funds are moving. And apart from that, I think there is we cannot prevent, but we can, the marketplaces can take certain actions in order to verify the identities of sellers. That is very important, I think, from my what I have seen. So there is a very low level of verification of artwork, verification of the buyer, verification of seller verification. These are not taken care of a lot by marketplaces. They are taking it as optional, but I think it should not be optional. So by adopting such steps, we can prevent rug pulls at a lot more extent. Yeah.
So the onus would be entirely on the marketplace provider to actually do this verification.
We cannot actually completely rely on marketplaces, but marketplaces also have to follow what is there, what the existing regulations are. So for example, like now there are many regulatory frameworks being proposed or being formed in context of cryptocurrencies or in DeFi. So there is a lot of work being done. So the thing is, it's not very easy, but because there are centralized marketplaces, they can at least put sort of some level of regulations and control on this, on how the transfers are being happening, or who is coming to their on board, and who is creating what. Because there are a lot of counterfeit NFTs, there are a lot of issues of copied work, stolen work, and if there is a centralized marketplace who is who has the power to do something, that they should. That is my opinion.
I very well resonate with that. The responsibility cannot be laid entirely on the marketplace. It's also the consumers or the content creators' responsibility to be aware about what these fraudulent NFTs are, like how we can get rid of it. So it's all about the awareness. So yeah, thank you so much, Rishi, for taking your time out and educating us about such an interesting topic. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Rishi, you
Okay,
can
so let's.
stop.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Or you can stop sharing your screen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so let's move on. So next we have an interesting fireside chat lined up, and the moderator for this is Deepika. So as you all might be knowing, Deepika is the co-chair for Hyperledger India Chapter, and she's also my colleague at Walmart. So her interest for blockchain began when she participated in a hackathon, and since then she is fully involved in the blockchain space. And she has also presented her work at the Hyperledger Dublin Forum in 2022. And she also writes blogs on the blockchain fundamentals, so that anybody who is new to the space can just check out her blogs, and they would be really helpful. And for this fireside chat, we have Sophia with us. She is the founder and presenter of Kaleido. So Deepika, I'll hand over it to you.
Okay, I was on mute. Thanks, Nidhi, for that introduction. Do we have Sophia with us?
Yep, I'm on. Hello.
Hi, Sophia. You've named yourself as Deepika Karanji on your Zoom. So
I don't know why. I just used the link you sent me.
Oh, okay. No worries. No worries.
Let me try to edit it now. Hold on. I didn't pay attention to that.
No worries. I've renamed you Sophia. This should be good.
All right. Thanks. I see it.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah. Hi, Sophia. How are you doing? I mean, for those of you who don't know, I think it's in 3:30 something a.m. for you right now.
Yeah, it's a little early. Yeah.
Amazing that you're here with us today. I'm sincerely so thankful that you decided to show up nonetheless. I hope you have your cup of coffee handy. You might need it lest you get sleepy. You look great, by the way. I don't look like this at 3:30 a.m. Just saying. I mean, I just want to take a good amount of time to, really introduce Sophia to everyone who is listening in on us. She is the she is the founder at Kaleido. I met her in Dublin, and I remember having a very candid chat with her over some snacks, and I was sincerely blown away by her, against all odds kind of attitude. When we decided to kickstart this Women in Blockchain panel and event overall, and I was on the lookout for panelists, she was the first person who came to my mind, simply because of how amazing her story is. So Sophia, I just also want to take a few minutes to give a little more background about her. So she, like I said, is the founder and president at Kaleido. It's an award-winning Web3 blockchain and digital assets platform. Sophia also helped launch the IBM blockchain platform, which is a very popular blockchain platform. And she held the executive P&L responsibility for the blockchain product portfolio. Sophia previously held a multi-billion-dollar P&L executive roles at IBM for enterprise software and hardware lines of business. And she currently serves on the Hyperledger Foundation governing board. And she has an engineering degree from Harvard University and an MBA from UNC Chapel Hill. Thanks again, Sophia. So like I said, your journey was something that really blew me away. And I'd love for our audience who are listening in on us today to also be a part of that journey in some sense. So can you talk to us about it? How did you start your career? How and why did you start Kaleido? Tell us your whole story. Stage is yours.
Sure. Well, first, Deepika, thanks for inviting me. And I'm very honored by your comments. So I appreciate that. I think one interesting reflection, I know this event is focused on women in blockchain. There are a lot of women I interact with day to day who are, practitioners leading the business, using the technology, being really innovative, at large companies like Fidelity and MasterCard and, large banks. And often they're not the ones who are speaking at events. because they're the doers. They're getting stuff done. And it's great to see as we, digitally transform and move to working in new ways, that women are really at the forefront, driving that, both from business responsibilities, so they're product or P&L owners making the decisions to move forward, or leading from the technology side. So every time I'm speaking, I think about all the other women who don't speak as much at events, but are also, really getting a lot of significant things done in the space. And I appreciate what you're doing to elevate people's efforts, and I try to do the same myself. So I think that's a good thing, is when we could talk about like what we're doing and our perspectives. But I also think it's helpful sometimes to talk about our backgrounds. I remember when I was younger in my career, and I would listen to people who are sort of at the other side of a lot of accomplishments. And I think I had a pretty different attitude or approach to things. A lot of times, I feel you can't look and then say 10, 15 years later, this is where I want to get to, and it's just a linear path. Like, life can take you in pretty different directions. And it's really making the best decision you have for your next move. That's how I've sort of done things in my career. But yeah, just in terms to answer your question, how I started my career, I grew up in New York City. I was born in a family of immigrants, so we had no families, no relatives in the U.S. And I actually went to a high school, and Daniela, who's heard this story recently. They just started letting women in. They had over about 2,500 students, and a hangar with airplanes, and I fixed airplanes as part of my high school education, and then took a test for the Federal Aviation Administration for airframe power plant licenses to work in commercial jets. But a lot of people from my high school didn't go to college. They just went to work in the airlines. But I did want to study engineering, and then I had to pay my way through college. So I ended up working with a bunch of tech startups as part of that. I was the first employee at a couple companies, and 3 of them are still around, which is great. But back then they didn't give equity, so this is why I'm still working. But I guess some of them did pretty well. But at that point, I always thought, at some point in my life, I'd like to start a company. I was so exciting being the first employee and just being on the ground and seeing what that looked like. I really enjoyed it a lot, all from like the small team atmosphere, and then just feeling like you're creating something from nothing, and just you bringing your ideas and just really making things happen. So I actually have 4 children. So I've lived in and out of the US in different places over the years. I went back, as you mentioned, I had an MBA. So I went back to get an MBA. And then after that, and my kids are already a little bit older at this point. I one in high school, and then 2 in middle school and 1 in elementary when I started business school. So then I worked for IBM for about a decade, and that's where I wanted to just really acquire more skills, learn about different sides of the business. So I initially came in through a case competition, which is what they do at the business schools, where you're given a challenge and you present that to the company's executives. And I got offered a job through that. And then it was on the strategy side, how to grow the middleware business in emerging markets, which was really exciting project at the time, where IBM was looking to, grow globally, but do that through thinking locally in each of the local markets. And then I really wanted to, then I was working on the product marketing side, and I really wanted to understand, after the strategy role, why customers bought from us. So I actually, for the first time in my life, was in a sales role. And I did that. I did their training for 6 months, and I was in the role for about 2 years. I was a single point of contact for everything IBM sold across hardware, software, services. So it's very expansive portfolio. At the time, IBM was about $100 billion in revenue. It had very wide portfolio. So I think that experience, just really talking to customers every day, really finding out the problems. And I think everyone on the call who has like a technical background, we want to solve problems and find out what's really going on. And sometimes when you have too many people in between, they're distorting the message, and you don't find out what the real market needs are. So that was a very important experience. And I think from, when I was studying engineering and working in more technical or business roles. I never thought I would do a sales role, but the client exec role really prepared me very well when I moved into then owning P&L and like lines of business. And I saw that from among my peers in IBM, almost none of them had a client-facing role. They might have had, some of them had it on the development side where they were maybe a lab advocate, but not on the sales side. And that's often because maybe sales is just viewed a little bit differently. And people who are really good at sales end up staying in sales often because you can make high salaries with commissions. But I like building things and building businesses. So it was fun to bring that knowledge back, and you can help customers a lot through bringing innovation and product to the market instead of just selling what's on the truck. So and for there I rotated through various roles in IBM. And my last one before the blockchain business unit, part of the story was the mainframe business. So I had hardware, software services, and all the growth areas in the mainframe, which is a multi-billion-dollar P&L around cloud analytics, mobile security, and AI is part of that. And I really, looking at blockchain, felt that blockchain was going to disrupt legacy processing, because here was an innovation that went all the way down to the system of record that companies are using. And a lot of the prior generations of innovation had been more on the glass, the front office experience. So essentially formed a joint venture with the cloud group inside of IBM. And it was an entrepreneurship type experience where you see what it's like to launch a business within the constraints of working with, finance teams and legal teams and existing products a company might have already, and then trying to do something new in that context. So, and then about 2 years into that role, after launching the IBM blockchain platform, which was the world's first managed service, and 2 subsequent generations working with hundreds of clients, really felt there was people would need a different way to build that, where it's plug and play, API, hundreds of APIs, the full solution stack, not just running the blockchain node, and left with the person I was leading the blockchain business with and we got funding from co-founder of Ethereum, who's Joe Lubin at Consensus. And we said, we want to run best of breed open source that enterprises want to use. And we started with Ethereum, and we run various flavors of that and worked with people like JP Morgan, with Quorum and their code base, helped with Hyperledger Besu in the early days, getting that off the ground, bringing enterprise requirements in there. We run Fabric. Fabric was our code base that we had donated from our lab to the Linux Foundation and helped create Hyperledger in the early days on the IBM side. And then also run Corda, because there are some enterprises who are interested in that, had partnered with R3. And then more recently, as blockchains or the types of chains, there's really more of a hybrid approach. It's not just public versus private. There's application-specific chains. So we partnered with Polygon last year with Supernets, and we just actually announced partnering with Avalanche on subnets. So there's a lot happening at the chain layer, and then there's a whole middleware layer. We ended up open sourcing IP around that layer. That's Hyperledger Firefly, which is one of the fastest growing Web3 projects in the Linux Foundation under Hyperledger Foundation, and offer other dedicated stack solutions as Kaleido. So it's been a great journey, where this is our 6th year now, and working with some really exciting clients and we're a horizontal platform, so different industries and use cases globally. So that's all I know. That's a lot of information there.
That is a lot. That was power packed, but I hope folks on the call can now understand why, when I met Sophia, I was so blown away by her origin story, like going back to college with 4 young kids and then having that mindset to keep drilling, keep grinding, and then growing an organization from ground up, from scratch, to 6 years now in the business, and having worked with so many of the big names, big companies in the blockchain industry today. I mean, that takes a lot of grit and determination. I'm thrilled to have you here. So one thing that you did mention was, a lot of these big names like JP Morgan and a lot of the others. So having worked with all these companies, how do you think that the shift from Web 2 to Web 3 is happening? How are companies going ahead with that? What are the current trends? What are the issues that people are facing? People as in companies are facing?
Yeah, great question. And that really gets to the heart of our mission at Kaleido. So we're looking, companies are really looking, as I guess I alluded to earlier, looking to digitally transform. So a lot of these business processes might be manual or paper-based, especially when there's multi-party type intermediary or systems. It's very inefficient, legacy setups. And now, even before COVID, people are already looking at digital transformation, but COVID accelerated those roadmaps by about 10 years. And you see people, digitally transforming, moving to the cloud. And then they really, industries are looking at, they have to work together as an ecosystem to drive down costs. It's really impossible for one person to make changes that's going to affect the whole system. And as we're tackling bigger challenges like climate change, and you look at just, food supply, supply chains, these are really can be bigger multi-party issues. So people are looking at Web3 technologies in the lens of this once in a generation shift in the way they do, work and their back-end systems. And really, they need to have, RESTful APIs that application developers who are already in their companies know how to use. They've struggled, if they're looking at Web3 tech, to find the skills in the marketplace when you're just looking at the raw RPC calls or just getting into the low level aspects of the programming. And a lot of times people make comparisons to the early days of the internet, and then just being able to really build the user experience on top of that so you could get the mass adoption. So companies are seeing business needs to move to Web3, and they're very excited about a lot of the innovation. I think initially we started the blockchain layer. When you look at the token construct, token standards, and you look at, I mentioned sustainability, ESG, carbon credits and representing those with global uniqueness with token types. And now you have pay for performance programs, and that could be the World Bank or other incentives. You can have a way to prevent double counting, double spending, and then these credits can really have, global relevance with the standard where you're just counting them once and people can use them once. So token standards, tokens are being used not just in collectibles, but in enterprise settings, enterprise NFTs. I know the prior talk was more about the collectible space and more as a speculative asset. But we see a lot more of NFTs being used in areas like digital twins for supply chain, or loyalty programs, or credentialing, ed tech, certification, employee awards and safety certifications. Those types of areas are very, very popular, and that can be just the company internally using that themselves. It doesn't require setting up a multi-party network. So there's different aspects of innovation if it's coming out that gets pulled into enterprises and gets used, but they do need an easy button to adopt the technologies. Similar to how AI has been around for 3 or 4 decades, and it's not till now that it's really easy to use, and that people are, you see this boom in innovation because people can now get to the higher levels of business value with it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think when AI came out, people were very dismissive of it. And now that we have large language models like ChatGPT, everything is at the tip of our fingers, right? So I think it's going to take some time. Yeah, you were saying?
I just agreeing with you, definitely. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I think it's going to take some time to, view things like digital asset tokenization, NFTs and stuff beyond collectibles and actually move them into real world use cases. And I believe that's something Kaleido is working on as well, right?
Yeah. When you mentioned digital asset tokenization, I mean, now in the last 6 months, we hear people really looking to tokenize everything. The tokenization of everything. And so it's not just financial services, but definitely financial services are leading, all from, exchanges to banks to, other financial market institutions. We've been very involved. It's one example of that with central bank digital currencies. So we work with SWIFT and 18 central banks and global transformation banks last year. Because they were able to stand up the infrastructure and it's fully compliant and regulated, they could get to the business value and the use cases very quickly. So they spent over 4 months just doing thousands of transactions and really being able to interoperate. And Swift's, and we work on with other CBDC projects as well. In the Swift one, we modeled a couple different ecosystems using different protocols. So one was Ethereum based, one was Corda, and then they had to interoperate. They had a real-time gross settlement system as well. So people were modeling out, how do these different ecosystems, when they set up their own CBDC, how are they going to be able to exchange information? And Swift has the messaging role today between the banks. So what could Swift's role be as a connector in the future, a CBD, and that was a CBDC connector piece that we ran. And we ran the full stack of that tech. It was interesting. We met with all the banks every 2 weeks and had office hours. So we thought there'd be a lot of questions in the technology, but all the questions were about the business side of what they were trying to do, which is great because we want people to get to the business outcomes. And something like CBDCs, there needs to be a lot of coordination between the countries. And it's also, Swift is a nonprofit, it's a collaborative association of the banks. So they're, in a good position to try to bring people together. We're actually moving into the next phase that was discussed, which has 30 banks. So, so a mix of central banks and private banks. And then we're also working with, other country ecosystems sort of on the other end of that, where Swift is the connector. And then they're working on their own ecosystems. Like in Australia, for example, we've done work with wholesale CBDCs and syndicated lending. And now there's currently 15 different projects going on across wholesale and retail. And then there's a couple others that aren't public yet. But it's exciting to be able to just, really just see the look in people's faces when they're asking for help. And they realize in a matter of like, a couple sprints, they could be fully up and running and they could be onboarding participants and actually just moving forward with their projects. I think there was a Gen 1 approach, which was back to when we were initially at IBM, and a lot of people in the industry still got sort of stuck in that Gen 1 approach, where it could take 3 to 5 years and $30 to $50 million to build something, and then it's impossible to get to the ROI if you spend so much money up front. And it's very hard to get to the ROI. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but and there were some notable enterprise projects like, Australian Stock Exchange actually spent 7 years on one use case and $250 million write-off. And they, very heavy consulting led. It was on-prem, just trying to build everything from scratch. And you get into issues with scalability, performance, hardening the code. If you're just building it for like one custom use case with that sort of huge deployment with hundreds of people involved. So we really believe in open source led projects. That's why we're a big fan of Hyperledger, and where it's, code that's used by a lot of companies and it's being hardened, it's very performant and scalable, it has an active community that's driving the roadmap. And I think that's, a big accelerant, just like starting with that open source. And then obviously as Kaleido, we believe, offering those through, 500 APIs, just plug and play, software as a service. We offer other delivery models all the way to software as well. So there's different deployment models, but someone, even the smallest startup, you can get started on a free tier. We've had people raise $5 million in our free tier for their projects because they're able to build the prototype, show it to investors, and people get how does blockchain and Web3 and tokens fit into this? Then you're on a team tier with, you could just swipe a credit card. It's like $100 a month for a node, and then you can move up to a business tier. So this allows people to pay for what you use. And in the early phases of projects, you're not making huge investments. You're able to just get the right amount of technology you need for the job.
So, a lot of what you said ties in very closely with your article, which I read on the World Economic Forum about 4 ways to promote financial inclusion in CBDCs, right? And I think one of the points that you that kind of stood out to me was value interoperability. I think that was the term that you mentioned. So as you point out, rightly, there are a lot of geopolitical as well as economic implications with interoperability beyond just interoperating between blockchain protocols. Like beyond the tech level, there's also the political aspect of it. And a term that you just mentioned now, which I think, I want more clarity about, was syndicated blending. Did I get that right?
Yeah, that was a project actually we did a number of years ago with helping support the Reserve Bank of Australia. I'd say that's one of many use cases. A lot of the use cases, there's like wholesale where it's really between the banks themselves, the central banks, And there's a lot of friction with just cross-border payments, which is surprising. You think we're so advanced today, but it's just from like post, the settlement time and cost and friction of just even trying to exchange from one currency to another between the central banks is it's onerous. So that's one area of excitement. And there's a lot of, there's over 100 different companies doing CBDC work and explorations, and they're using techniques in blockchain like, atomic swaps. So you're really removing a lot of risk from counterparties when you're able to use techniques like that. So there's the wholesale side, and then there's the retail. And retail experiments are really, looking at things like financial inclusion. How does this really disseminate to the whole population? Are there new ways you can remove risk? Are there ways you could just help from a credit perspective, give access to funds and investment lending to small and medium businesses, for example? Like there was one recently in Brazil that focused on that with a credit card company who was doing some work there with small and medium businesses. So it's really in a period of exploration where there's dozens of these types of use cases that are being explored, and banks are at different levels globally of sort of comfort of jumping in. Some are a little more early stage and waiting to see, and others are being much more proactive. I think in the emerging markets, we've worked with in the Philippines with Union Bank for over 5 years now on financial inclusion on a blockchain-based network. And they have over 400 rural banks that aren't connected to SWIFT. And something like even a domestic payment in the Philippines can get very expensive because you're going from island to island. And sometimes, the only way to do that is with a boat. So they had set up a blockchain-based network called Project Eye to Eye, 5 years ago now, that's been in production all this time. And that's island to island, individual to individual, institution to institution. And then we asked the chairman of the board of one of the main banks involved, how much money are people saving now using the blockchain-based system? And he started doing the math in front of me, and he's like, they save a week to 2 of food with the cost, lowering the cost of sending these remittances. And if you look at, countries like the Philippines, often it's the mother in the family who might work abroad, and maybe she's in the Middle East and she doesn't get to see her family that much, and she's sending money back. And just to think that you're able to affect a family in such a positive way that now, they get more disposable income available to like the kids, which is, the whole point of what the parents are sacrificing for. So, emerging markets, sometimes countries can really leapfrog and take advantage of new technologies because they haven't invested as much into, some of the current systems, which are now rapidly becoming legacy systems just with new technologies coming out.
Awesome. I mean, that was a very great real world example. Just in the previous panel, people were talking about how the word blockchain has this very negative connotation to it, and which is why people try to stick to terms like distributed ledger technology and things like that.
Okay. Yep.
Like this, but like stories like this, which are very real world use cases, which have actually solved real problems. I mean, that just goes to show how much potential blockchain as a technology can serve in the very near future. So we have about 2 to 3 minutes left. So I just want to kind of wrap this up, Sophia. I want you to tell us and the audience anything that you believe is very important. It doesn't need to be just blockchain. It could be potentially relating to the grit and determination that you kind of show to pursue your career paths. Because I know a lot of people who are on this call are blockchain beginners. They're all trying to gather resources to kind of enter into this Web3 space, because that appears to be the next big thing after the whole AI revolution. So any key takeaways that you want people to register in their minds and keep it with them for their life forward? Go ahead.
I actually maybe a little bit surprising in what I'm going to focus on in the answer. I mean, I think you have people at different stages of life, and especially if you're younger in your career, but really at any stage. I think one important learning, and I bring this to our team in building a company, is to really know yourself. So in business school, I did a lot of, in engineering, we didn't do this, but when I was in business school, organizational behavior and these sort of assessments where, like there's there's one called Myers-Briggs, which is more of a traditional one. But one I really like a lot, the Gallup Foundation puts out called StrengthsFinder. Like 20 million people have taken it. It's online. You can just, do the assessment in 25 minutes and find out like, what are your talent multipliers? What are your top 10 strengths? And this is just like the air you breathe. Like anytime you walk into a room, this is what you're leveraging to interact with other people, to solve problems, process information. And when you get to know yourself, then you evaluate different ways you can contribute, make an impact in the space. So we're all passionate about Web3, but how can everyone uniquely really help drive change and have those oversized impacts? And then also understand who you're going to team with the best, because maybe someone is like very high on the strategy and input learning, and they're really comfortable with like influencing others. So they could be like a great evangelist and they can help chart a course in an ambiguous space, but maybe they're lower on the execution side of things. So, or getting things done one-on-one through people. So they might want to run some of the ideas by someone who's really good at like putting together the project plan and thinking about, how would we get from step A to step, Z? Because sometimes people can have like big visions, but then they have trouble executing. So really understanding yourself and understanding others that you work with. And then if you're putting together a team, and maybe some people on the call will want to start their own business one day, thinking about who to partner with. Because I think we do want to deploy the technology and we want it to be used and have a real impact. And we're going to go further together if we do that and have a bigger impact together than if we're trying to do that by ourselves. And really starts with knowing ourselves as like the first step of that.
All right, that was pretty insightful. Yeah, thank you so much, Sophia, for joining us. I hope everyone got some good takeaways from this. As usual, you continue to be an inspiration. Thank you for all your great work, and have a good night or good morning. At this point.
Thanks again for inviting me, Deepika, and I hope exciting to see this. I look forward to seeing some of the recordings. I know there's another engineer from my team who's on a panel in a little while as well.
Yeah, Anastasia will be on in a while. Yes.
All right. Awesome. All right.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Nidhi, over to you. You're on mute. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Deepika, and thank you, Sophia. That was really inspirational. More power to you and all the women out there. So moving on, next we have our technical presentation. So, and Vishnu Priya would be giving this presentation.
Give me a minute. I'll just pull up the slide. Just a minute.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
meanwhile, I can I can talk about So when we often get started with blockchain applications, we just want to like get started and then get done with it. There are many things that we don't think about a lot. So one of the aspects that we often miss is related to the risk and compliance, and it plays a very vital role when it comes to production applications. So, and one of the panelists mentioned in the finance panel, that it plays a very important role, like it gives a standard for people to follow, and then it kind of gives direction to the business in a way. So the topic that we have is related to risk and compliance for production readiness of blockchain applications. And Vishnu Priya is a technology risk consultant with the Digital Trust practice, and she has been working with KPMG since 2018. And her expertise is around IT attestation and assurance and blockchain risk assessment. And her experience is not just limited to blockchain. She also has experience in assessing the cloud environments such as AWS and Azure. So over to you, Vishnu Priya.
Thank you, Nidhi. Can I share my screen?
Background कहाँ से change होता है?
Yeah, sure.
Shweta Kumari, could you please go on mute?
Okay. I hope I'm audible and
yes, you're audible and we can. Yes, sure. We can.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So I'll try to cover all these areas in the next 45 minutes. The context has already been set by Nidhi, but I'll also add value to that. We'll talk about production readiness in blockchain context and risk vulnerabilities and controls in blockchain. I'm not going to restrict to audit areas. It's just assessment for now. But if you do have any specific questions for audit, please do type it in the Q&A section, and I will look at that once I finish. Okay, so I think the panel before in the chat, we have discussed about the security and risk aspects of blockchain. Just adding a little more context there, the numbers may vary, depend on the source you look at, but it's estimated that $17.9 billion would be spent on blockchain solutions by 2024, which is within the year, and about $1.76 trillion boost would come from blockchain for GDP in 2030. Another reason why we need to focus on risk and compliance is because the threats and vulnerabilities are going to constantly evolve, and we'll have to keep catching up. There is no other way out. And the nature of blockchain itself, I think we did discuss about the negative connotation it has. The anonymity and immutability does make a few of us skeptical about the use of blockchain. And so this, although it's a disruptive technology, does come with its own set of vulnerabilities. There are some unique risks in the blockchain space, and regulations are playing catch up again. So although some countries or geographies have regulations in place, especially for crypto or specific implementations, largely we are still having very fragmented guidance or advice on what we should be doing. Although we will cover that in the next few slides. Last but not the least, we have a lot of frameworks and there's a lot of guidance on what we should be doing. But I don't think we have standards that have unified all this guidance yet. Or some frameworks provide more detail in one of the topics, while other frameworks might focus on more process-oriented topics. So in the next 30 minutes or so, we'll cover all of this on a very high level. Now, challenges in regulatory space. So this is just general challenges. Next slide, we'll look at crypto-specific challenges as well. So this is a challenge that any application might have. So this is also true for a blockchain implementation. How do you secure the data on chain and off the chain, and how do you try and keep this confidential, or how do you adhere to any privacy-specific regulations that are required? We might not have that many regulations yet from a privacy standpoint in India, but there are geographies where this is this is a law and you have to adhere to it. So when you're catering to customers across the globe, how do you identify the boundaries of what regulations are applicable to your implementation? That's one challenge that you would face. In case of specific industries like healthcare or financial services are heavily regulated, but you could have a different industry that has slightly lesser regulations. So in both cases, you still are responsible for identifying what you're supposed to comply to. That adds an additional layer of challenge when you set out to deploy your applications in production. The third is still slightly hazy even for us auditors. So when you have internal audits and external audits, the first step is to identify if the scope of applications are relevant and accurate. So in many cases, at least when we try an audit in India, we still are not sure if the implementation is ready to be scoped in. Although it's in production, the number of transactions might be lesser and therefore not very material. So it does happen that you may not scope in the application in an external audit, but you should still independently assess the applications or implementation so that you get an idea on where you stand. Last point is you might have geography-specific regulations that do not cover the points above, but your geography requires certain regulations like your data should be stored in so and so manner. You should have a backup in the same region. You cannot have a backup in a different region. So these of customer data in my region. So these things together would add a lot of challenges on how to assess the implementation itself. While it might not be necessary when you move directly into production, down the line, you still have to identify if any of these categories are applicable for your use case. So this is just a representation of where we stand with regards to crypto regulation. So there are 4 categories. There are countries that prohibit crypto entirely. There are countries where the process of regulating it has not been initiated. There are countries where process is initiated, and there are countries with regulations in place. The idea is not to nitpick on countries where you don't have regulations or process is not yet initiated. The point I'm trying to make here is that all of this will eventually move to the green bubble, where you will have more and more regulations. So it will have to try and find out if there is a unified way of addressing all of these regulations, because any global use case requires understanding of the scope of regulations that you would be required to comply. Okay, so with respect to just crypto, there are 5 challenges on regulatory bodies side. So it's not just we don't have regulations. Regulatory bodies might also be dealing with these challenges, and this is from a World Bank blog. You can Google it online. So the first one is different countries quantify crypto assets differently. They are not valued equally. So the way they would treat it legally would depend on their interpretation, and therefore the rules or regulations that they enforce also would vary. The second point is tracking and recovery. In many cases, it is possible that the anonymity or the anonymous nature of the technology itself may be manipulated, not for goodwill. So in those cases, you have challenges in tracking and recovering the assets. The third case we've seen is lack of investor protection mechanisms. So multiple exchanges have declared bankruptcy in the past, and you would be aware that there is no clear visibility on what happens to the investors, or how would the payout happen once the bankruptcy is declared. That also brings us to the next point of volatility. So there are not many regulations on how much or what payout would happen from the time insolvency is declared to the time payout happens, because of the nature of cryptocurrency, because it's so volatile. For example, Bitcoin value kept rising so much in the last 2 years, but it also fell. So the drastic rise and fall makes it difficult to identify at what point would the payout happen. And finally, this complexity of multiple jurisdictions. So all of this together puts a challenge on regulatory bodies also to come up with a unified approach. Each country obviously will have their own regulation in place. Moving to production readiness in the blockchain context. So these 6 parameters do not cover all the parameters that you need to check before your application is ready for production, but these are important ones. So the first one is interoperability. Because your application is not going to work in silos, you have to ensure that your application is compatible with existing systems, reuse any existing functionality that you already have, and that your application or implementation follows the existing consistent approach that you already have. So the point is, you don't have to reinvent all processes just for the application. Try and fit into your existing design and architecture. Security, we cannot stress this enough. Blockchain might have their own set of unique risks, but the inherent risks that already exist in all applications or technology implementations will continue in blockchain as well. So we will cover those topics in the future. So one of the points that we like to identify is it's not just technology security, you also have to consider people and process. So just because the technology is relatively new, it's not enough if you just have an independent audit. It's not enough if you just have access control in place. You might require a combination of all these controls and periodic monitoring to understand that your application is secure. We'll come to documentation and training at the end. Moving to governance processes. This is where we talk about more process than technology. although your implementation may be strong in technical controls, that is not enough, because you need to know who has access to your application, who has accountability for your application, and who will be responsible in case of a change. Even a simple change like changing your consensus mechanism protocol, or you want to add additional functionality or features to your application. Who decides the process that needs to be followed, and how would that be initiated? So these governance processes that you generally have in any implementation will be applicable in blockchain as well. And this is not new to us, so we have to continue looking at it from the same lens that we have been doing before. Compliance, so it's not just regulatory compliance. In many cases, it could also be contractual obligations that you have with your customers. If they require you to provide proof of assessments that your implementation is secure and meets certain standards, you might have to do that. So you'll have to identify that before you can go ahead with the assessment. One of the most important features is the resilience. A lot of times, teams or developers may have tested really well in a sandbox environment, but when they move to production, the system may not be resilient enough to withstand attacks, or at least attempts at attacks. So in such cases, maybe you have to look at checking the resilience of the environment surrounding the application, not just your blockchain application. So we are looking at any connectivity to existing systems. Is that validated, and are you aware of any vulnerabilities that exist in the environment of the application? Finally, documentation and training. You cannot have all of these running perfectly but miss out on your training. Users must be aware of how to use the application. There must be a process on who gets to access the application, and is that even necessary? In most cases, you would have to worry about privilege escalation that you generally worry about in normal implementations as well, in a blockchain in production as well. Moving on to the risk areas. So the first one is the untested code. So it's the challenge we have is not just code review, it also has to be tested along with the existing code. So you cannot test pieces of code to check that it's working fine. You have to consider the application security in the environment itself. Next is basically denial of service attack. So is it possible for multiple nodes to fail at the same time? Is it possible to have natural system disruptions? Do you have controls in place to have your system back online with minimal disruption? We've talked about regulatory compliance, and we'll cover that in the next few slides as well. A very important aspect of blockchain, and where we do have some challenges in testing, is the strength of encryption protocols. So what you generally have while you're storing data in any other implementation is applicable here as well. How strong are your encryption protocols? In case of cryptocurrency, this is especially important. You would have multiple touch points with cryptography, and you are responsible for ensuring that the identity and access management is well tested. Interoperability, again, your APIs are secure. You are able to ensure that the data integrity is not lost when you move data from and to your blockchain implementation. Privacy is a small area of challenge in blockchain. So there is a perception that once on blockchain, it's always there. And if you take back consent, is it possible to delete or erase your data if you choose not to share it anymore? And how do you erase data once the consent has expired? Say I've given consent only for a year or only for a particular purpose. What happens to the data then? So this is one of those risk areas where you have to sit down with your team and see how that can be worked out. And the next two systems, next to this we'll cover in a little bit more detail, is consensus mechanism and the design of smart contracts. For those who are new, consensus mechanism is how you decide what, whether the block can be added or not. So Bitcoin has proof of work. It's an example that you may all be familiar with. So similarly, you might have multiple consensus mechanisms. Sorry. So one of the aspects we'll have to test is it possible to bypass your consensus mechanism? If that is possible, that means your implementation can fail very quickly because attackers are very, very persistent in their attempts. The next point we'll discuss in the next slide as well is how are your smart contracts designed? Smart contract is basically a logic or a function that that decides whether a transaction is added or not. So your simple transactions, they're like legal, contracts working on code. So that will decide whether a transaction takes place or doesn't take place. So in this case, if your code does not check for all the possible logic that is available in the functionality of your system, then it's very easy to take over the entire application of the system, and we'll see one or two examples of that. Moving on. There are some frameworks, as I mentioned earlier, which talk about what to do or where you can start if you are trying to do a risk assessment framework. So Accredited Standards Committee provided this framework on risk assessment for blockchain, and it comes with 5 pillars. So it talks about design and architecture, governance and operation, trust and resilience, system integration, and smart contracts. So smart contracts is a very big part of testing when we do blockchain implementation testing, because it's also very easily targeted by attackers. We'll also link back controls that are applicable in these 5 pillars in the next slide. So what are your typical vulnerabilities when it comes to blockchain implementation? So I had mentioned that you have existing vulnerabilities and you have new vulnerabilities. The newer vulnerabilities, while the logic is not new, but the area is new, is the consensus mechanism and smart contracts. Also, a little bit of cryptography is involved. But the existing vulnerabilities like access and permission management, not having your application tested, you've not done source code review, you have not stored your data securely, you are trying to comply with too many regulations, but you are not really testing whether your implementation is taking care of the basics. So these kind of issues will come up. We'll talk about a few vulnerabilities as well. For example, so in smart contract vulnerabilities, because this is a big area, we'll talk about this. So one could be a re-entrancy attack. So what happens in this case is, imagine you're trying to withdraw amount or a set in your wallet and transfer it to somebody else. If the system allows you to perform this withdraw action before the previous withdraw action finishes, that means it allows a re-entrancy vulnerability, which can be exploited. And this has happened in the past. This vulnerability has been exploited in the past. Moving on to access controls. So in case of access control, you could probably gain access to a lower privilege, but if the system does not check once you gain access and allows you to escalate your privilege, then you would have a smart contract vulnerability. You could probably escalate your privilege enough to gain complete control of the network. Third is the arithmetic vulnerability. So this seems very trivial or basic, but if your system does not check for the negative error, so you're trying to transfer funds, but you don't have sufficient funds, then your system obviously should check for the balance that you already have. This is obviously a very simple example, but arithmetic vulnerabilities can be manipulated very easily, especially in crypto context. It may not be applicable in all other contexts. So that is one thing that you have to check. The next one is the unchecked return value. So just similar to the negative value, you're also responsible for checking the return value of your functions. Any smart contract that you write, you'll have to check what is the return value. If someone can manipulate the return value or bypass it entirely, then obviously you have a vulnerability in code, and you would be responsible for the repercussions. Sorry. Next one is the denial of service. This we are familiar with. What if you could stop a node from accessing the system and use that node to enter the network and control the network? And this has happened in the past. And moving to the last point, bad randomness. For example, you're considering an application which announces lucky draw winners, randomly selects 10 people who are eligible for a prize. Now, if your randomness in smart contract is based on some secret value or a code that is embedded in the smart contract, then you are not actually having a random number generator. So the best thing in this case would be to have a random number generator outside your smart contract or outside your blockchain itself. Have an oracle outside that generates random value and use that random value in your smart contract. I hope it is not too fast. Moving to the next system level vulnerabilities. So we spoke about smart contract vulnerabilities. We are going to talk about hacks where these were actually used. So the first one is the US vulnerability. So this is an open source smart contract platform which parses smart contracts and tells you if your smart contracts can be manipulated. Now the problem in this case was that while parsing, it could allow the attacker to gain remote access of the network. So it could control the smart contract could be manipulated to control the entire network. Moving on to the Verge hack. So this was a combination of 3 different things. So you might be aware of proof of work consensus mechanism, which is used in Bitcoin. So in this case, they were using proof of work as a consensus mechanism. They were very flexible in their timestamps, which means they accepted blocks in the last 2 hours instead of just seconds or minutes. And the difficulty was done based on dark gravity wave algorithm, which adjusts the difficulty of proof of work. So what the attacker did was slow down the generation of blocks. So he didn't actually slow down the generation. He made it seem like the timestamp was within the last 1 hour. The system was receiving lesser number of blocks. So the difficulty level was being reduced drastically. So at one point, it was very easy to generate blocks. And then he could just very easily do a 51% attack on the system. So in this case, it's not that they did not have controls in place. It's just that the combination of controls could be manipulated very easily. For example, having 2 hours of flexible timestamp was a little much. Also, they had a strong difficulty generator, but then because they allowed for 2 hours, that could be manipulated very easily. Next is the GDAC hack. So in this case, it was actually pretty simple. They just moved funds from the exchange hot wallet to an unidentified wallet. So this allowed very easy access to move funds from the hot wallet to their unidentified wallet, which means that action should not have been allowed. And moving to the last one, the Veritasium smart contract. So in this case, it allowed a reentrancy attack, which means an attacker could run the smart contract repeatedly before the state of the object was changed, which means it showed as if their balance had not changed, but they were doing multiple transactions with the same balance. Okay. Moving to general control areas that we would have. So similar to the risk areas, we'll have controls as well in each of those areas. For example, consensus mechanisms. There are multiple options in consensus. When you have chosen your consensus mechanism, do look at any vulnerabilities or any exploits that are possible to be performed by attackers. Test for those consensus mechanisms. Don't just test for 1 or 2 scenarios. That is true for smart contract review as well. Test for all possible scenarios that we may have. And check if the application is functioning as intended and that you cannot escalate privilege to get access to any other function other than what is intended. The third one is access management. So this is something that you would have across technology as long as we try to gain access to a system or need access to a system, there must be a process to identify how this access is provided and whether there is a review in place to determine if it's appropriate or not. The fourth one is cryptography. You do have a lot of reliance on cryptography in blockchain implementations. So you identify, how you would store values. For example, is hot wallet the implementation that is necessary for your use case? Is it, would you rather have a cold wallet? Would you need HSMs to store data securely? So this kind of decisions should have been done during the design of your application itself. But once you decide to move to production, at least at that point, you have to think of these elements. Next is the interoperability. When you're having your application work along with multiple other existing applications, how does the data transfer happen? Do you have controls, or do you have reporting mechanisms to find out, or monitoring mechanisms to find out and report to you that there is an issue? Because oftentimes you may not even be aware that there are challenges unless you monitor and report back. Next, API management is a continuation. That node governance would, so if you have strong controls in how the nodes can be accessed, and if you monitor what's happening in those nodes, you can pretty much prevent denial of service attack, but a persistent attacker might still find a way. And last is the industry specific or region specific compliance. So you'll have to think about how to comply with your industry. For example, if you're supposed to comply with PCI DSS, irrespective of how your application is implemented, you still have to go through those control checklists. Similarly, if you're in healthcare, you have to comply with HIPAA. So those things are not optional just because you're on blockchain or the implementation is new. You still have to find a way to comply in all of these, regulations that are applicable to you. Also, we had seen a few risk assessment areas as pillars in the AEST framework. So the pillars are there at the bottom right. These are the domains they have provided as part of these pillars, which will tell you what to do or what kind of questions you should be asking if you're considering risk assessment. So some of them don't seem like questions here, but this is available online. You can download it and go through the framework. It will tell you how to think of risk in, say, for example, cryptography. What are the algorithms in use? How is the infrastructure secure? Do you have a business continuity plan? What happens in case of identity management? It also talks about the design and architecture of the system itself. Do you have open source elements? What kind of languages do you use? Do your programming languages, have known vulnerabilities? Have you addressed those vulnerabilities? Are you aware of what you should be doing when you're using certain programming languages? Do you have proprietary systems? And of course, they also insist on smart contract security assessments on a large basis. So you could go through it and go through it and decide how you want the execution of smart contracts to happen. Okay, so some typical controls in these areas are given here. I'll also touch upon how you might have to scope in other layers in your testing or assessment as well. So most of these use cases may rely on hosting in a cloud environment. So all the controls that are applicable for cloud security also become applicable for your implementation of blockchain. So you will have to look at those aspects as well. So if you're using native services provided by AWS, GCP, or Azure, do you have controls around who can access those services? What can you do with those services? Because it's not just the application layer that you have to be concerned about. You also have to, worry about the cloud or the infrastructure, and you are responsible for implementing controls in those areas. A lot of times we do get this answer of shared responsibility and misconceptions on what is the responsibility of the customer and what is the responsibility of the cloud service provider itself. So those boundaries should be very clear. So some of these examples are periodic code review. So this could be one of the controls that you can test, and vetting your consensus protocol before moving it to production, having evidence of smart contract security assessment being done either by a independent team in your organization or a completely independent third-party organization. Also checking for any risk management processes. That's not restricted to just access. It also talks about business rules or functionality that is allowed in your application. It's good to have these assessments either done independently by an internal team, but independent to your development team, or a third party who would help you identify these issues. So this talks about some of the smart contract audit tools that are available. Some of them are open source, which will analyze your smart contract, parse it, and give you a very high level view on where you stand from the point of view of security. Some of them are QuantStam, CyberScan, Certic, and Blockchain Sentry. There are multiple tools. You should know what is applicable for your use case. It's not enough to just go through these tools. You also should know what to do with the results to implement it, and you have to constantly monitor your implementation, not just once at the start of moving to production. You have to do it on a regular or periodic basis so that any changes to your smart contracts are still secure. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Just a few key takeaways before I end. Identify what are applicable to you. So before you narrow your scope of search to blockchain, identify if your industry requires you to comply with any set of regulations. That's the first thing. Then you have to identify region-specific regulations that you have for your existing use cases as well, existing applications as well. Just move that in the lens of blockchain and see if you can show compliance in all the controls that are necessary to be applied. Next is the blockchain-specific vulnerability. So you look at smart contracts and consensus mechanism. You do have other areas, but predominantly do look at your smart contracts to see if there is any blockchain-specific vulnerability that you have or you can identify and fix before you move to production. The third, this is not just monitoring as in to see if it's up and running, also monitor to analyze any patterns. Are there any attempts at exploiting vulnerabilities so that you can prepare better, have stronger controls, and block if necessary. And finally, this is more from any production readiness application. Your users must be aware of what they are doing with the application. Especially the challenges we have faced is the developer team is very strong in their technical controls, but may not understand or appreciate processes as much as the governance team. Similarly, governance team might talk a lot about processes, but not really appreciate technical challenges in implementing these controls. It's important that both teams sit down together and understand why they need to have controls in place in your applications and adhere to these controls. So your users should know what they should be doing and what is appropriate use. So this requires training maybe at the start of use of application or anytime you modify any functionalities for the application. While documentation for this exists, a lot of times, people may not be aware that they are required to do this at all. So this is one aspect maybe people can focus on as well. I think that's it from my side. I will take any questions that you may have. Thank you everyone for joining on a Saturday afternoon and from other time zones as well. Don't see any open questions.
Thank you, Vishnu Priya.
Thank you.
I have one question. Like you mentioned a lot of the smart contract audit tools. So what should be the criteria one should look at when they want to select a particular tool?
It would depend on the use case. That's why I've not mentioned on guidance as such, because it would really depend on your use case and what you're trying to identify as well. While all of them would audit and give you a set of results, are you trying to identify vulnerabilities? Are you trying to identify, some of them are better for a crypto vulnerability. Some of them might be more from general implementation. So it would really depend on your use case.
Right. And all of the tools that you have mentioned, are these open sourced or like?
No, some of them are open sourced and others you would need a license.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Anybody who's having a question? Yeah.
Vishnupriya, so these, got a good insight on the security and the regulatory part. How are you making sure the performance aspect is taken care? Because we have nodes in multiple places and right? Do you have some kind of a simulation to do it, or you measure it in a real environment itself, the performance?
So I'm not the right person to answer that question. I'm sorry about that, because the performance testing we do it in simulation before doing it in real world to anticipate for performance issues. But we look at more from addressing performance issues as controls. So I'm not sure if that would answer your question correctly.
That's fine. So, or even in terms of the smart contracts, whatever you're building and executing, do you individually verify them separately to ensure that the contract?
Yes, we do individually verify, validate all smart contracts that are critical. We do go through the entire code and identify issues that we think that organization should work on. Any vulnerability in all of the smart contracts, we do a review.
Okay, and last question is, one thing is, so we are having distributed nodes in multiple places, right? So how do we really carry out these kind of testings? Because we need to ensure that maybe consensus come from everybody, and then only we are allowing it to process, right? So how do you
we don't start off with any risk assessment. We generally do a pilot risk assessment before we move the scope to the entire implementation. So we wouldn't start off with covering all regions and all functionalities at once, because that would be a challenge even for organizations stepping into a risk assessment for the first time. So we try and perform risk assessment on a pilot basis on maybe one or two functionalities. When that is ready, we try and involve multiple other teams. So it wouldn't start off with a risk assessment with multiple people. That's not how we would do.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yes. Thank you, Vishnupriya. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for the opportunity.
Thank you, Vishnupriya, for taking out time and like briefing us about what areas we should look at. I really like the part where you went in depth about the smart contract vulnerabilities and the system level vulnerabilities. So we as developers know like which areas we should be looking at if we are planning for a production ready blockchain application. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you everyone. Have a good day.
Let's move on. So I would request the developer panelists to turn on their video. Nikita, Akanksha, Shweta. Oh, Anastasia. Yeah, please turn on your videos. Yeah, perfect. So this brings us to the session that I'm most passionate about, which is like very close to my heart because I'm a developer myself. And it's a pleasure to have all these amazing women out there. So I'll start with the introduction in no particular order. So Anastasia is a full stack engineer at Kaleido, and she's an undergraduate from UNC Chapel Hill and a graduate from University of Virginia, where she has done computer interaction research in haptics and accessibility. Next, we have Diana. She might not be able to join us due to some technical glitch. Let's wait for her if she's able to join us. And then we have Akanksha Dixit. She is a final year doctoral candidate at University of London, and she is specializing in blockchain, IoT, and digital identity. She is serving as a principal technology advisor at the Information Commissioner's Office in London, and she's like a live example, like a example for somebody who has gone through the Hyperledger internship program for 2022, where she has gained experience while working on Hyperledger Cactus and its applications in cross-chain transactions. So I would highly recommend you guys to get involved in such initiatives where you can gain a lot of experience by doing real hands-on. So yeah, and then we have Nikita. She is a skilled developer, who's blockchain developer who is working at Snapper Future Tech, and she is really passionate about training. So she's also a technical trainer at IBI, where she has delivered multiple programs for multiple institutes. And she has worked in blockchain applications such as NFT, marketplace, insurance, Web3 wallet, and other blockchain platforms. Then we have Shweta Kumari. She's a blockchain lead at HCL, and she's having experience of around 12 years. And she has been in blockchain space for around 4 years now. She has worked on technologies such as Hyperledger Fabric, Coram, Indy, and R3 Coda. And she has worked on use cases such as tokenization, identity, and traceability. So it's wonderful to have you all here. So the icebreaker that I have for all of you is, since many of you are like experienced individuals, so what sparked your interest in the blockchain technology, and what inspired you to become a developer in this domain? I would like to know your thoughts. Nikita, Shweta, anybody wants to go in first?
Okay. So let me share my initial interest and like why I am here, a blockchain developer. Like initially I have started to work with blockchain technology with HCL Tech Blockchain's UET since last 4 years ago. And I started to work from like POC and pilot project, and now I am doing the implementation for production based project. So during this journey, like I have found there are so many factors that motivates me to work with this innovative blockchain technology. The first one, like we all know, like the blockchain started from the very popular Bitcoin cryptocurrency. So like what means Bitcoin itself has a like number of potential improvement for the like financial and technical terms. So in result, what happened, there are many enterprises and like organizations recognize this potential. And what impact, this is the cryptocurrency that started working on various projects related to digital currencies, and now we have a number of digital currency in the market. So like this is the first reason the blockchain is actually exploring to the enterprise and organization. And the second thing, like governments and central banks, like they are exploring the CDBC. So many blockchain startup companies are working on DeFi platform and NFTs and like traceability, and the big companies like IBM or Microsoft, Amazon, they are invested in blockchain technology. And now we have the great feature of like blockchain have decentralization and trust, like which create actually a transparent system without relying on central authority. So in we have a lots of in current example like global financial crisis, and we can see like banks are defaulter now. Like these types of like problem, blockchain can solve the problem. So why this is the most important technology for me, like it is innovation, like which introduces in a technical terms like distributed consensus mechanism, and like concept of cryptographic algorithm, and the new concept smart contracts. So these technical challenges and innovation like attracts me, and like I enjoy working with this cutting edge technology. So the excellent feature and the challenge of blockchain motivates me to work here as a blockchain developer.
That sounds awesome, Shweta. I go with that. Anastasia, you want to go next?
Yeah, so my journey with blockchain starts with actually the same as Shweta, where I got introduced to it through all the cryptocurrencies that were booming back then, but I didn't do anything with it until later on when I joined Kaleido as a front-end engineer. And that's where I actually learned a lot more about blockchain. I've transitioned now to a full stack engineering role, so I've been able to see through client projects, basically what Shweta said, the benefits of blockchain being used in enterprise use cases. There's so much going on in the field right now, so there's always new things to learn, and it's honestly a little bit intimidating because it seems, really like hard sometimes, or it just looks intimidating. But to be honest, the benefits of it is really worth it. So, and I just get excited learning about the new things and the impact that it could make to, society, honestly. So yeah, that's how I got started with blockchain.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Like you were so open about your thoughts.
Yeah.
Nikita, Akansha?
Yeah. So like everybody has something like through hackathon or something like that. I didn't start it that way. I remember like I was looking for internship to complete my master's, and there were so many technologies, those were booming. And I remember it was like COVID period, and it was difficult to get through that and everything. And while looking at different technologies, right, from data science, data analytics, machine learning, and everything, I came across blockchain, which I think apart from the word, I don't know, I didn't know a thing about it. But thankfully, I got in my internship at Snapper. And from there, I learned a lot of things. And of course, definitely, most of the credit goes to my mentors and seniors, Kamlesh Nagware sir from Hyperledger being one of them. So yeah, like I learned from it while doing this learning. I saw like what it brings to the table. Like Shweta suggested, like how it gives the freedom, the transparency, not only to the like the users, but also as a developer. It is a community based, and how people work together to make it more efficient and more scalable. Definitely, it's a niche. Maybe a decade back or something, it was a niche technology, but people are adapting to it and bringing a good efficiency in the framework, and everything definitely motivates to learn and explore and keep growing in this technology. So yeah.
Right. It's really good. You're like really fortunate to have started your journey like from an internship level directly into the field of blockchain. Like
Yeah.
I have had a different path. Like I transitioned to blockchain after having certain years of experience. So really fortunate in that way.
Yeah.
Over to you, Akansha.
Hi, everyone. It's so nice to meet you all here virtually. And I met some of you at the Hyperledger Global Forum. Really good to be here. So as some of you, I also started on a different path. I'm still very early in my career, I believe, in terms of learning the blockchain curve. But I started, it started when I was working as a research assistant in Indian Statistical Institute in Kolkata. And I had this professor I was working with who was like the blockchain guru at that time and even now. So I started working from there, and then going from a hardware engineer, I completely switched my field to security, and I landed here and I'm doing my PhD now. I'm in my final year, and I'm also working with the Information Commissioner's Office here. So I've started looking at the blockchain and the whole distributed ledger technologies from a regulatory perspective also, which gives me a lot to think about in terms of what are the different challenges when it comes to real world applications and standardizations and all those things. So yeah, that's about me.
That's pretty cool journey. Like you have done a drastic change in the domain itself from hardware to this. It's really inspiring. So like we all know, like all of us are developers, and then we are the one who stay very close to the work that is being done. So in your opinion, what are some of the most groundbreaking developments that has been done in the blockchain technology? And how do you think it has influenced the industry as a whole? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I'll go first. So I think it comes in all the domains, like it is growing rapidly in all the domains, right from the finance till the healthcare and everywhere. But what I see in majority of it is in finance, definitely. Like people know where their money is going and everything that blockchain brings to the table. But specifically, if we talk about in DeFi also, I think insurance sector is where it is more prominent. Like I came across this one use case where you book a plane ticket and it refunds you, like it's an insurance refund depending upon how much your flight delay is going to be there. And if any, and everybody knows we travel, we don't want to be in that queue and everything. Smart contract brings that onto the table, like depending upon how much your flight is on delay and what was its departure time, and it automatically is going to refund you. So I think like that was the best. Like I was very much impressed by that use case. And it's not just about that. Overall, like if we see at the insurance part of it, there is so much paperwork is going on, and there are too many to and fro, and it's manual work that is there. But like being on the blockchain, web smart contracts coming to the picture, that is something like it is become very efficient for everybody. And so yeah, so I think that is something a breakthrough for me. Talking about another is like when we talk about enterprise level, I think supply chain, because like I have few of the friends who are working in supply chain, the management guys, and I see them like every day. They have to give the live update for each and every supply chain task that is going on. And I have worked on one of such product, so I know how it works. So it's definitely bringing something that the tedious job that manually has to be done is done by automatically through smart contracts, through the supply chain softwares or web applications. So I think that's the best. So and it the supply chain doesn't end there. We all have heard about tokenization. The supply chain again moves to the tokenization. Now, tokenization is something like now, like when we talk about blockchain, we talk about tokenization, or rather, we would say it's not about also about blockchain. We know tokenization process since decade, irrespective of blockchain. We all have used well, like all these brands have their own coins, their membership points. So this is some part of tokenization. Definitely, it like the blockchain tokenization is definitely a bit different. Like it comes with NFTs and ICOs and everything, but people are familiar with tokenization. So yeah, I think in finance, the insurance part, the supply chain, in enterprise blockchains, when we talk about all of these do bring. Another one that I can think of is like in healthcare, where documents are already uploaded onto the blockchain, and we don't have to take that whole bunch of papers in our hand and roam from one doctor to another for our consultancy, and just on a click of it we can see all the things. So yeah, that's what like I think those are like breakthroughs and making efficiency to the framework as well as the use cases. That's for me.
Very well put together, Nikita. Shweta, you want to?
Yes, I agree with Nikita. She told, lots of industry impact this blockchain technology, and she described about the use cases. Let me describe here with the development perspective, like what the blockchain development makes a revolution in this industry actually. Blockchain started from the Bitcoin, and this Bitcoin would give you peer-to-peer digital currency. And now this increase in the market, like the development of, there are lots of startup companies are working on this cryptocurrency, and the cryptocurrency is demanded in the market. But after Bitcoin, what happened, like Ethereum driven from the Bitcoin technology, and they have developed a smart contract based blockchain project. Like they introduce the concept of smart contract, and that execute the business logic into the programmer code. So what happened, with the help of smart contract, we can develop a distributed application and can execute like a complex transaction. So here, what we are creating here, we are creating a decentralized finance, or decentralized autonomous organization. We have an example of the blockchain framework, those who are using the smart contract like Ethereum, Polkadot, even Hyperledger Fabric using the smart contract, and there is one is Chainlink. So these are the examples, those blockchain framework which are using the smart contract, and they are actually very popular. That is development wise. And third in the blockchain is what we have interoperability and scalability solution. Like blockchain, now we have a production based blockchain, lots of production based blockchain project in the market. Now what we require like interoperability and scalability is required. I think Polkadot and Cosmos and Hyperledger Cactus, they are like addressing these challenges, and they are working on this interoperability part. And I think the development of this interoperability and scalability will solve lots of problem of the blockchain here. And the third thing is like adoption of blockchain from the enterprises. We are making from the blockchain, we are making secured, efficient and secured system, like in supply chain management, healthcare, or in finance. And companies like IBM, Microsoft, JP Morgan, that developed the Quorum blockchain, Quorum private blockchain network. So they are providing here the solution to meet the need of business actually. So in this way, like blockchain development impact the impact the industry.
Yeah, very true. Similar to Quorum, we have this other alternative in open source, which is under the Hyperledger umbrella only, which is Hyperledger Beso. That is also another framework that the audience can explore. And you really touched upon like the trilemma of blockchain, decentralization, security, and scalability. You covered it pretty much well. So moving on, I'm sure like you would have found multiple blockchain projects or initiatives that might sound cool and interesting to you, but I would like to know a couple of them which are really impressive to you, and I would like to also know the reason, like why they stand out to you.
So, for the Quorum, actually, Quorum blockchain we are using for our some logistic client. So, Quorum is actually driven from Ethereum. Ethereum is public blockchain, but Quorum you have a private blockchain, and this is for the enterprise solution. And one of the blockchain, like we are using Hyperledger India, that is provided that is providing identity based solution based on DID. distributed identity, Hyperledger Indy. So these types of blockchain, and even we have, I think we have a DML that is going to DML is a smart contract that is going to deploy into the Hyperledger Fabric and Hyperledger Fabric network. And like we have a Polkadot also. So they are providing a blockchain framework where we can create our blockchain network and deploy our smart contract as a parachain. So these types of examples are here.
Yeah, Akansha, your thoughts on the initiatives that you find pretty cool?
Yeah, so when I attended the Blockchain Hyperledger Global Forum, I was aware of some of the projects that Hyperledger community was working on. And I had myself worked with Fabric and Indy because that's my area of work. I work in digital identity and data spaces. So these were the projects that were they were providing base for a lot of other projects. So for example, Kaleido, which we were talking about, they were using Hyperledger Firefly, I think, and it was a very interesting project. I attended the demonstration. Apart from then, there was a project called Perun Network, which works on payment, providing payment capabilities using blockchain network and smart contracts. Hyperledger Cactus, which I was working on as part of an intern at the Hyperledger program. It was very important. Before that, I did not understand the importance of such a project, but I understood after working on this that Hyperledger Cactus kind of provides an interoperability capability when we see so many blockchain projects developing in silos with their own applications. Some are working with payments, some are working with identity. So there might be a time when you want these blockchains to talk to each other. So Cactus is working in that area. And of course, in terms of data governance point of view, I'm also aware of some projects that are being worked upon very in EU. Like there's a project called GAIX, there's a project called International Data Spaces, in which different organizations and industries are coming together to kind of create a data marketplace for data trading. And these are, I think, very interesting projects. There are other projects in terms of identity, like Transmute is working on providing verifiable credentials for supply chain. It's one of them. And there's this Matter, which is working on, again, verifiable credentials and zero knowledge proof based verifiable credential for digital identity space. So, as I said, a lot of them emerge from what the open source work is happening at the Hyperledger community. So these are some projects that I really like.
Yeah, I have a long list for that, like a long list for projects that you find pretty exciting. Now moving on, since we already were discussing about the scalability aspect of blockchain, and that is something that has been researched a lot in the blockchain space. So how do you think the emerging technologies that are there, like the layer 2 solutions, how they are essential for blockchains to scale?
It's for me. You want
anybody can go in. Yeah.
I'll let others speak. I've spoken.
Nikita, would you like, Anastasia, would you like to take this up?
Yeah. So like if we talk about blockchain, it mostly covers in 3 trilemmas, and in those 3 trilemmas, I think the third one is always like a bit challenged. So like and that's mostly the scalability that we talk about. And when the market and transaction grow, that is where like everything comes down to like scalability. So even like in the recently, like in Ethereum, because of the scalability, the Ethereum 2.0 merge came into picture, where they had to like change the consensus mechanism. So like scalability, and to make it more efficient in the terms of scalability and efficiency, the first thing that we take into picture is the consensus mechanism. Definitely proof of work is where it is not very scalable, so we came up with proof of stake. Then in layer 2 solutions, like for Ethereum, like we have Polygon, or for Bitcoin we have light networking. So even in Polygon also, recently they are coming with the zero knowledge EVMs, which again is going to make a major impact with the scalability, where transactions are going to happen in within a fraction of seconds. And then again there are something called as like off-chain computation that happens, like the transactions computation that has to be happened is off-chain, and then it is put into the on-chain. So yeah, these are the few solutions that we have. But like I see like the off-chain and even sharding for that matter, as well as the layer 2 solutions, which I think make it more efficient and make it more scalable for the blockchains to emerge and make the applications work much faster. So yeah.
Yeah. Anybody wants to add anything over here? Okay, for the off-chain part, like I've seen it multiple places. Like what we do is we basically process the data off the chain, and then it's used for like where there's a huge amount of data, and then we just store a hash of that data on the blockchain just to maintain the integrity of the data. So yeah, that's about it. And okay, moving on. So now we have seen like there are many platforms that are offering blockchain as a service or like node as a service, and it's like becoming a trend nowadays. So in such platforms, how do you think the data is kept secure?
Yeah, so that's for me, I suppose.
Yeah, Anastasia, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're using a blockchain as a service platform or a node as a service platform, you are putting trust in the provider. So there are a couple things that you need to take into account when evaluating your choices. So it's definitely important to look into the security measures implemented by the provider. For example, just for basics, do they have certificates or documentation to show that they are compliant with security standards? You can also look into how they architectured their design. Do they have a proper architectural design in place? So do they have a high availability infrastructure? How do they handle how do they recover during disasters? Like, how do they do disaster recovery? How do they back up their data? How they isolate it? And do they use up-to-date cloud infrastructure and best practices amongst other things, right? So how secure our data is on these blockchains run on BaaS or NAS platforms, I think it's definitely variable with each platform. You can't generalize it, I think. And there are steps we can take to make sure our data is more secure, right? When we're choosing these platforms to work with, just by conducting proper evaluation of the different providers available. And just for reference, since I work at Kaleido, which is a BaaS provider, we've been running thousands of chains for over 5.5 years with over 99% availability. And we support multi-region environments and tenancy models that increase resiliency. And we're also SOC 2 and ISO 27001 certified. And there's robust documentation on our architecture, security, and maintenance practices available publicly accessible on our website. So these are some of the things that you can expect, or you should expect to see when you're working with a BaaS or NAS provider. And I feel like that's how you can ensure that your data is, as much as possible, like there's no guarantees, but as much as possible, is being handled securely by these companies.
Yeah, that sums it up. Just to add on, it's not just about data getting stored. I feel it's also about data that is in motion. So the data that is in transit needs to be secure as well. And in
Right.
blockchain, as we all know, there are different components. So we as customer or we as somebody who are using this batch, we should ensure that the communication between different components is like TLS enabled. So in a way, the data that is being sent across the chain is still encrypted. So yeah, good point, Anastasia there. Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, and okay, so I want to know like some of the most notable code contributions that you have done in the blockchain sector, and how do you think that has impacted the industry overall? Like all of us write codes every day, but which part of code you feel is the most impactful to the industry? I would like all of you to answer this, so you can go one by one around the table.
Okay, I can start. Sorry to jump in. I'm not an open source developer as of yet. I would like to be one day. But I think when I participated in the Hyperledger program, at that time, I did try to learn how to work on a large open source project, and I was trying to solve some of the open problems that were there. So it's a good way to get started, I would say. There was a lot of help from my mentors at that point of time. And but most part of me as working as a developer on the blockchain platform has been during my research, where I've implemented my prototypes or protocols on blockchain platforms, and I tried to keep them open source so anyone can learn from them, or they have, and I've published my results in peer-reviewed papers. So just to make sure that whatever I'm working on is available there, and even if it is of small help, it can help people get started and build on top of that. So there's one project that I worked on, which was using Hyperledger Fabric. I built an open source data marketplaces for IoT data trading. There were a lot of things to think about there, like how will you make sure that the participants are trusted, how you will make sure the identity verification is taking place, giving a trust score to each of the participant in the network, and then ensuring a reliable and fair exchange of data. So this is, I think, one of the, I don't know if notable, but important project that I did using blockchain platform.
That's pretty interesting. And I like the mindset that you had, like giving back to the community. That's the sort of mindset that we need for the open source community to grow.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Shweta, you wanted to add in?
As a blockchain developer, actually, I haven't contributed in the open source blockchain project. But yes, I know who are actually contributed their code, and that makes some innovation and useful for enterprises. Hyperledger Fabric, we know that is a open source project and developed under the Linux Foundation, and where lots of organization and even individual are contributing. One of them, I think, IBM. IBM is their primary contributor in Hyperledger Fabric, and they have made significant changes in the architecture of Hyperledger Fabric, and that makes enterprise blockchain solution actually. And one is I am talking about DML. DML is developed by that digital asset that is a blockchain software company, and that contributed into the Hyperledger Fabric. What they have done, they improved the usability of Hyperledger Fabric smart contract capabilities. And in Hyperledger India also I have worked. So they have sovereign foundation, and the sovereign foundation is actually, they are they are non-profit organization, so they play a vital role in deployment of Indie network and advancements of Hyperledger Indie. And there is one more organization, Evernim, for the Hyperledger Indie. So Evernim is also Evernim is actually providing self-sovereign based identity solution. So they contributed their code there. And in Quorum, I have worked for Quorum blockchain network. So there is an organization, Consensus. They have also contributed to the Quorum, and Ethereum Foundation helps to the Quorum blockchain networks. So here, like, technology evolve because of these organizations.
Yeah, so true, so true. It's all about the intention that these organizations have to let the community grow along with them. Okay, so what happens many times is, like, if somebody is like a new beginner and then they start working on a project, they face certain kind of issues, and sometimes they're not able to find solutions, and then they give up. They're like, I'm not able to find any help. So, like, being a developer, I myself have encountered such scenarios. So, Nikita, would you like to describe any obstacle that you have encountered while working on any project, and what was your approach to overcome in that scenario?
Yeah, so like, even though I started my journey in the blockchain, like my mentors and seniors were there at the starting, but there on, like, I started exploring on my own, and at times it is challenging to explore, and like, blockchain itself is very in development wise as well. It is very in early stage, we can say. So like, you won't find many resource to it. But what helped me is, like, I think whichever development you take on whichever platform, I think their documentation that they have, like, I think they are pretty much thorough. If we go it thoroughly, we might find our solutions in those documentation itself. Most of the times what happens is that we have that mindset that we have to complete it in this much time, or we have other tasks lined up, so we don't explore it as much as we must explore it. So I think reading these documents thoroughly is would definitely help. Then also there are pretty much many forums that are there, like, through on these forums, I think the community is pretty much active. Please don't shy away by asking your problems, even if those are minors, you think it's stupid to ask. Please ask. Might your if even if your solution is not helpful to you, it might help others. So these forums definitely help. It helped me a lot while my challenges. Then we also have these Discord channels where you can connect, and you can also, like, it's like a part of forum only, where you can do the solutioning. Also, like, you can also go through, like, as an open source community, there are so many projects available on GitHub as well. So you can go through them as well. But I think the solutions that we are looking for, pretty much what helped me is, like, their documentation itself, like going through it thoroughly and doing proper research is must. Like, at times what happens with me as well, that we go in the need of finding one solution, but we go so deep that we forget, like, what we were looking for, and it's a loop. So, like, doing a proper research, like understanding the requirement and the problem is must, and then research and going through these documentation would definitely help. Yeah.
Yeah, Didi, like, I am agree with Nikita. Like, if you are going to blockchain is actually innovative solution that is not a stable yet. Like, when we are going to develop, first we have to make a document, and then we have to, like, research. But, like, I am sharing also my experience with the blockchain as a blockchain developer. What issues actually I am facing here? The first one is, like, scalability issue. Like, for the when I am working for a blockchain quorum network, network. So here, what for Quorum network, actually, what we have actually a logistic client, and what they have like a millions of transaction in a day. So like and here what happened, like scalability, like it is the ability to handle a large volume of transaction like at high speed. But here, like in Quorum blockchain, there is some transaction size limit, and blockchain is also like a thread safe. So like there is only one transaction can initiate at one time, not a concurrent way. So what for this problem, like we have to handle it in some another way, like we have limit the transaction data, then send the request one by one to the Quorum client. And this is the first problem we have faced with Hyperledger Quorum blockchain. And the second, the most important challenge with blockchain is like interoperability, operable issue, like exchange of data to either blockchain network that are present on same or different blockchain protocol. So we have a client, like they are using lots of blockchain network, and we have to actually exchange data there. So what we have done here, actually, we don't have any framework. We have tried with Polkadot or Cosmos, and even Hyperledger Cacti. They are using, actually, they are in progress actually. So what in logical way, like we are exchanging the messages here. And one more issue I have seen in the Quorum blockchain network, like smart contract out of memory issue. When a smart contract is getting out of memory issue, in that case, what we have to do, we don't have any solution, we have to redeploy that smart contracts. So these types of problems we are facing in the blockchain. So this is my experience actually.
Yeah, I echo with some of the points, like the points related to scalability and interop. This is not something which is new. This is something that that we as community have been working to resolve it. I think we are like almost there. And yeah, it's good to know that you are facing all these struggles and then still you manage to overcome it. So it's good for beginners who are out there. Don't just give up if you're getting started. If you are stuck, reach out for help. And then that's the only way to succeed. So now we have talked about what challenges we have faced and how we overcame it. But what are the things you think could be done from the blockchain community itself to keep up with the collaboration and innovation that is happening out there?
Yeah, I think within the blockchain development community, it's really important to have events like these to get people together and start talking about their experiences with blockchain and where it might still be lacking and what progresses could be made to make the experience even better. Yeah, like Nikita said before, Discord communities. I know there's already tons of them. So if I feel like if you're someone who's interested in blockchain development, definitely look out for those communities because that's how you can learn from others. That's how you can expose yourself to new opportunities in the space. And yeah, I mean, organizations like Hyperledger, we can do a lot too to help facilitate that for newcomers. Yeah, I think that's it for me.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Like we even have a Discord channel for Hyperledger. So anybody who's new and hasn't joined the channel, feel free to like join it. And then we also have this mailing list where you can send your questions out. And at Hyperledger India, we have developer advocate lead, like Karthik, Aditya, and myself. We are like part of that. If anybody wants to get started with development, feel free to reach us out and we will be able to guide you. And we also have like Hyperledger India weekly calls, so which is like happening on every Thursday at 3 p.m. So that is another way you can get involved with the community. So yeah, and now I see this question in the chat, like it's coming from Amar Singh Patil. So he's like a beginner and he's saying, how can we start with the developer journey? So what advice would you give to these budding developers that want to move into the blockchain industry?
I can start, and also it goes back to the last question that we were answering. I think when I joined so there was this instance in my first year of PhD, and I was working with Hyperledger India at that time, and it was very new at that time. And I remember trying to install the project on my laptop, and it didn't work. And then I was frustrated, and I left it, and then I moved to some other platform. I think Ethereum. I moved on to Ethereum at that point of time because it was stable. At least I could get my smart contracts running, testing, etc. And 3 years down the lane, when I joined internship at the Hyperledger Forum, I learned about this fantastic thing called Discord channels. And I can speak at least about Hyperledger Cactus, where there were calls happening every evening and the mentors were there. And I realized that it was not just me as an intern who could access these channels. Literally anybody could join these channels and ask any questions, like the beginner level question to even the most advanced or technical questions you might have, because you're really interacting with the maintainers of the project. So that's one thing. And I think in terms of getting started, my point of view will be to just start something, choose one project and get started with it. If it's Fabric, it's of course, some of them are very use case based projects, like indeed it's very identity based, but pick a simple project, probably Hyperledger Fabric or Ethereum, whatever you like, and build something. When you write code, when you make mistakes, you learn a lot. And down the lane, read papers and interact. It really helps when you interact with the community, and it gives you really nice ideas on how to advance. And definitely project building is the way to go.
Yeah, and that's really good, a really good answer. And to add to that, I feel like when you pick a project to work on, really try to understand it, or at least understand the purpose of it, so that you feel driven to actually make contributions there. And another thing I would advise is try to get an environment where you can actually test the project itself, either locally or if they have a sandbox available where you can just access it to try it out. That's a great way to start. Since it's an open source project, it's probably has bugs, right? So if you're trying it out and you are encountering issues where some things aren't clear, just contributing like a bug report, that's big. So don't think of any contributions as small, even if it's just a typo fix. You can start there, because even when you're working in an open source environment, submitting pull requests for just small fixes, there's usually a lengthy process, or there's a couple things that you need to prepare before you can merge something to the main branch of this code base that's probably being used by a lot of people. So learning that process, I think, is really valuable as well. You don't have to start contributing like hundreds of lines of code. You can start small and then slowly, maybe you can look through the issues page on GitHub and look for labels. Usually there's labels like good first issue, where the issues are designed to be easily tackled by beginners, and they're not too complicated and not too big. So filter through those, and then if you need help, like everyone else said, there's usually Discord communities. Don't be afraid to reach out and ask if your fixes are looking good or what else needs to be done to get that into the main branch. And yeah, I think that's my advice. Just being able to test it, report any bugs you see. That's really valuable. And then if you're tackling issues, don't get intimidated and don't be sad if it doesn't get merged. That's common. But yeah, you're making an impact when you're contributing to something that's being used by so many people. And I'm saying this as a Hyperledger Firefly contributor as well. Hyperledger Firefly repo you might want to look into it, because it's an just to give a quick overview for people who are not familiar, Firefly is a blockchain-based project built to simplify the integration of off-chain systems with blockchain technology. And so oftentimes when people are looking to build on blockchain, they find out that the main problem isn't actually the blockchain part itself, but the off-chain plumbing. So things like being able to sequence events properly, deliver events reliably, tokenize assets, and being able to keep an audit trail of all their movements. And so Firefly aims to take away this problem so that blockchain developers can, not even blockchain developers, I feel like this is designed for just even Web2 developers to work with blockchain. So it's designed so that developers can focus on their business logic instead of trying to figure out all these complicated off-chain plumbing portions. And so you can try the sandbox. It's very easy to get to install that on your computer, and you can try the sandbox to see how to see the capabilities of Hyperledger Firefly, and from there you can expand to maybe use it in your own use case, because it's very easy to get started with it. And there are examples that you can look up online as well. So if you ever want to contribute to that code base, you're definitely, we're more than happy to have you contribute. And there's really friendly developer documentations and the Hyperledger channel, Firefly channel on the Hyperledger Discord as well, that you can look at. And another thing that I would suggest is familiarizing yourself with smart contract development. Obviously that could be pretty complicated, but being able to understand how smart contracts work, or be able to understand the Solidity code, I think that's a good first step to just, being a blockchain developer. And then you can move on to learn how to deploy that to different networks, starting with test networks. And yeah, there's a lot of complicated pieces when it comes to robust smart contract development. So you don't have to go there right away, but just learning the basics of it, I think, is really valuable. And there's a lot of resources online for that. So yeah, that's it for me.
That was really insightful. So folks, if you want to contribute to Firefly, you know whom to contact to. Yeah, moving on. Shweta, would you like to add something?
I have some points like who wants to join the blockchain industry. So first, if anybody comes for blockchain, so first they have to understand the blockchain concept directly. No need to jump on the network setup and the smart contract deployment. First, you understand the blockchain architecture, the distributed ledger concept or consensus or smart contract. Then only you go for the development. And because every blockchain have their own specific language, so you should strong in programming language like Hyperledger Fabric have like Go, Java or Node, or Ethereum have a Solidity. So you must have a strong logical and programming skill. And when you are going to blockchain, then first you have to decide which blockchain platform you have to use. On means first to check your use case and their developer community or the blockchain features they are providing, and then determine which blockchain platform you are going to use. And blockchain is not only the application development. Here you have a infra as well as your application development skill. Both skill, like for the infra you should aware of bash or shell script. You should have a knowledge of Docker. You should aware of familiar with Linux command. And for the smart contract development, either you should strong in Java or Go or Node. So, and always stay updated with blockchain technology.
Yeah, I think that pretty much summed what Amrish Singh was asking. Like he was interested in also knowing like what skill set should be developed. You answered it very well. So, um, Karthike, would you like to add on something? Okay. So yeah, there are like it's not just limited to one skill set. Skill set. It is like you can work across different projects if you have like a different skill set. So let's say if you talk about the Hyperledger Fabric, so that is written in Golang. So if somebody who's expertise in Golang who wants to get started with Golang, start looking at the Fabric source code. If you're a Java developer, then you can get started with Hyperledger Basic. And if you're somebody who's interested in learning Python or Rust, then you can get going with Hyperledger Sawtooth. So all these frameworks that are out there that are like written in different programming languages. So that is the thing. You can build like a versatile set of skill sets to work across different blockchain frameworks. Okay, so just to touch upon Shweta, like you mentioned, we need to like stay updated with what is happening in the technology, right? So would you like to tell us like what are some of the blogs, medium or references that you follow to stay updated with the advancements that's happening in the blockchain space? This would be like of special interest to the persons who want to stay on top of the technology.
Okay. So stay updated with the blockchain technology. Like first, let me tell you about you Hyperledger Fabric. So Hyperledger Fabric, they have actually awesome read docs. Like they explained very clear way with their version wise. If you are working for like a Hyperledger Fabric project, first go their read docs, and if the Hyperledger Fabric community is releasing a new version, then they are updated into the read docs as well. And like Quorum, they have a consensus. Ethereum, they have their own community docs. So first go through the community docs. And one blog is like Medium we are using actually for our any solution. Like Medium is a platform like where like individual and organization share their knowledge, like expert their post there, like how you can set up the network, how you can deploy the smart contract. These types of blogs you can find in the Medium. But for cryptocurrency, like I can see one, there is a CoinDesk. CoinDesk is like one of the blockchain and cryptocurrency news they are providing. So it is widely used. So you can use Medium, CoinDesk, and read docs for the community.
Awesome. Nikita, would you like to add on?
Yeah, so I think all these, like whichever blockchain you want, like you are an expert in, their official documents would definitely give you the insights, but also like their ambassadors, and as well as there are POCs like point of contact, and they nowadays we also have influencers for that particular platform. So definitely follow them on their social media. So like they have LinkedIn. These people are also present on Medium itself, so you can subscribe to their newsletters. So I think that pretty much covers everything. And these influencers and these ambassadors pretty much they have put in their work. They put in their time to research and everything, and give us like a pointers to this. So I like what I do, like I personally practice is follow these people, find them and follow these people on social media, and I think that pretty much covers everything. And if you want in depth, like I think most of the time it covers, but if you still want in depth this thing, you can definitely go to their official like links to that. But to go there, you need to know that something is coming up. So the LinkedIn pretty much covers. And even like nowadays Twitter space is quite active when we talk about blockchain. So if you subscribe to these things, if you put in the interest to these, you would definitely get through these news and everything. Since I'm an Indian Blockchain Institute trainer, I know what content goes because some of the part I have contributed to. So you can definitely subscribe to those channels on Instagram, on LinkedIn, on YouTube as well. where we definitely put daily, not daily, on weekly basis, we put in the updates, is whatever going on in the market of blockchain, irrespective of which blockchain it is. So yes, you can subscribe to that channel and you would get all those updates. And like we already have so many panelists here, so Anastasia is there for Firefly. So if you are interested in those, you can subscribe to her channel or follow her on LinkedIn, and you would definitely get those news. So yeah.
Yeah, just to add a little bit, blog posts or blog pages on company websites, that's also like blockchain company websites, that's also really helpful, because they're on the cutting edge. They're actually building this stuff, so they know the ins and outs of, you know, how these complicated things work. And sometimes the insights that they share might be like the newest and greatest that you could find. So yeah, things like for example, Kaleido has a blog where we talk about not just like, obviously we have to market ourselves as a company, but we also share our knowledge about the different things that we're building that could be really useful just for you to know, and to know like the direction of where things are going in the future. And I'm not just talking about Kaleido, like other blockchain companies also has really useful and interesting blogs, blog posts that they, you know, release every now and then. So keep an eye out for those as well. I think that's really a nice source to learn from.
Right. I agree to that. Even Hyperledger is having its own blog. So they post about different use cases that is being handled using the Hyperledger frameworks. That is another means of getting information. Okay. So Akansha, I would like to know from you, how do you stay updated with the technology?
Yeah, so I would like to add, apart from what everybody has said, great insights there. I think what you would like to read will depend on which stage of understanding blockchain you are at. If you are a beginner, also it will depend on your area. I mean, in terms of whether you're looking at it from a technology perspective, from a research perspective, from a, I don't know, regulator perspective. So that would vary. There's this awesome website that I follow. I started following recently, and they also have these fantastic podcasts called A16Z Crypto, which is heavily working and funding Web3 based companies. So that's for Web3. And if you're interested in CBDC stuff, I've been reading some papers on BIS, which is Bank for International Settlements. They have some really good papers in terms of CBDC implementation on by different government and what they have achieved, or the different analysis and outcomes that they have got. Some really good papers there. Apart from that, yeah, everybody has already spoken, and I concur with that in terms of Medium, blog posts, follow people on LinkedIn. I get half of my information from there. Follow relevant people you meet, you hear them talking, and that I think is good enough.
Right. I think one of the things that the audience can also follow is, if somebody wants to stay close to the domain, then we have the special interest group in Hyperledger. So we have the special interest group ranging from climate to healthcare to telecom to supply chain, and various other groups are there. So if you want to know what is happening in that exact domain, maybe you can subscribe to this mailing list, and then you can even attend their meetings. You can be part of their meetings. You will know, okay, what's happening in that particular domain. So that is another way for somebody who is like, who doesn't want to go into too much technicality of it, but wants to remain more on the domain side. So that is another way of staying like up to date with the technology trend. So yeah, feel free to post any questions in the Q&A section. You know, we are like out of time, but if anybody is having a question, we can like take it up in next 2 minutes. If not, yeah. It was wonderful connecting with you all, Nikita, Shweta, Akansha, and Anastasia. It was like a truly, it was a session where, which I was like most excited about like throughout this day. And it was like a privilege to host you all. and it's very nice of you to like see all the kind of work that you're doing and how you're so passionate about contributing to the open source, and then you want to give back to the community. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you
Thanks
for
a lot, Nidhi. Very
Thank
happy
you
to
for
be here.
hosting. Great to meet
Thank
you
you.
guys.
And I would also like, I would also like all of you to stay on the call, because now we will be having a networking session. So, hi Vikram.
Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, look, it was great to listen to all the women, right? So no disturbances from us, right? I hope. So it was great to hear all of your views and get that understanding, because you guys are all experienced developers, and before that we had some researchers talk about their very interesting topics, and on the behavior of rug pulls and all. So it was great to listen to you, and I think now is the time when we should get started with the networking. So I know that many of the people actually joined. Some of them, of course, they did drop as well. But I guess this is a time when they get to connect with us as well, right? And we hear from them as well that what are their thoughts. Probably let them ask their questions. So with that in mind, probably we can start our networking session. And I don't suppose we have options to create Zoom